Welcome and a very good morning to everyone. Thank you for being here as we flag off the event Manthan, Charting New Paths, an industry consultation on eGramSwaraj 2.0. Today, we're going to discuss the roadmap for eGramSwaraj 2.0. eGramSwaraj application has been pivotal in changing the rural landscape, right? It has been used by 2.7 lakhs Panchayat for creating their Panchayat's development plan annually. And more than 1 lakh 2 crore payments has been made till date using this eGramSwaraj application. I would now request Shri Chandrasekhar Kumar, Additional Secretary, MOPR, to please come up on the stage. So, please welcome sir with a round of applause. Now I would request Shri Abhishek Singh to come up on the stage. Now I would like to request Shri Alok Prem Nagar, Joint Secretary, MOPR, to please come up on the stage, sir. To flag off this event, we'll start off with a national anthem. I would request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
We also have Srimati Mamta Verma, Joint Secretary, MOPR. Please welcome ma'am on the stage. Now, I would like to request Sri Alok Prem Nagar, Joint Secretary, MOPR, to present a token of gratitude to Sri Chandrasekhar Kumar, Additional Secretary, MOPR. I would also like to request sir to give a token of gratitude to Sri Abhishek Singh. Now the token of gratitude shall be given to Srimati Mamta Verma, Joint Secretary, MOPR. Thank you, sir. I, Shloka Trivedi, welcome you all to Manthan, Charting New Paths. Today we shall brainstorm on how to leverage digital technology for improvement of Panchayat functioning and digital governance at the grassroots level. We have got industry experts among us who would guide us to reflect upon the path forward. We also welcome 100 participants from over 18 states who has always been a who has always been the leading in e-governance activities at the Panchayat level. We thank you all again to come forward for this event. Now, to start the first session, I would like to request Shri Alok Prem Nagar, Joint Secretary, MOPR, to give a welcome address. Sir? You can use the mic as well.
Thank you, Shlokat. A very good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to see that the sun is out and we have a full house. We have 98. We had 98 nominations. I suppose everybody is already here from 19 states who are collected here for this program today, which is in several ways the first of its kind. I would like to welcome you all and thank you for having come this far, and hope that you have a very rewarding and a meaningful day. I would like specially to welcome Shri Chandrasekhar Kumar, the Additional Secretary, who is the main idea behind today's event. What he said was that we were embarking on a program for improvement of our eGramSwaraj, and he said that we have inbred ourselves, and so we are unable to look beyond what is already there. And so why don't we get the best ideas from the industry? And so we turned it into this program. It may have been done in better ways, but because we were short on time. So that is the context of why we are here. I would like to warmly welcome Shri Abhishek Singh, the President and CEO NEGD, my friend for 35 years. And thank you, Abhishek, for coming here this morning. Abhishek, as you all would know, was instrumental in the COVID days in the rollout of the Arogya Setu and several things. I know it from our college group, and he's been standing out there for anybody to seek out and ask his help of him. So Abhishek has been leading several. I suppose that in his address he'd be talking about Karma Yogi a little bit, but he's been at the cutting edge of a lot of programs that the government is implementing. I'd like to thank Mamta ji, my colleague and friend from the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, who in several ways is our biggest client. As governance division, I need to provide services to the finance devolution, and we are missing the economic advisor, Shri Behra, who looks after the incentivization. He's on his way, and he's also similarly a client. A little bit about the background. We started on eGramSwaraj in 2020. So we already had a stack of services. NIC had been very forward in the designing of all the applications that we have, starting from the local government directory. And so when we had to take stock of the things, we found that we did not have to create new applications. We just had to string out the ones that were already there, and that is what gave birth to eGramSwaraj, which was essentially work-based accounting, in which all the planning, accounting, and all other modules were just strung out together. So this is the first improvement cycle after 2020. Then we hit COVID, and things were in a bit of suspended animation for a little while, but now that we are back on track. So what we were initially doing was having consultation with groups of states. We've already had the first of those in Hyderabad a few days ago. There are 2 more that are coming forth, and that is when the additional secretary sir suggested that why don't we also speak to the industry. So this is where today's event fits into the scheme of things, that we have to listen from the industry how we can improve our programs, our deliveries, our interfaces, and what changes to our architecture maybe we could make to make the rollout and the provision of these services easier and better. So that is, and we are looking out for this improvement for 2 main reasons. The first is that it is the Ministry of Panchayati Raj mandate for advocacy and for empowering of panchayats. There are certain things that are expected of panchayats. I don't need to tell this audience, but maybe for the industry, that there are 29 subjects that are devolved to them, and it is expected that the panchayats are going to be looking at the planning, the implementation, and be accountable to the local people. Those of you who've seen local institutions abroad would know what kind of powers is wielded by the local self-governments. So that is the aspirational agenda. The other thing is that people are accustomed to having very good quality services on their palms right now. The the services that are there. So this is not, you know, the age of Henry Ford where you could have any color as long as it was black. People have higher expectations, and it is our job to deliver them. There is a lot of work going on in the states which is way ahead of what we are doing in eGramSwaraj. Kerala are here. There is a presentation slated from Karnataka. So these people are in several ways ahead of a lot of us. And this is also then an objective to have this forum as a sounding board for what the others are doing, which will help you frame your suggestions for the improvement of eGramSwaraj. So which is the third part of my bhashan today, that what is the role expectation? The states are here so that they can better articulate their expectations from eGramSwaraj 2.0. So you've been telling us the things that you found wrong, and you were so true. I mean, I was telling my boss that उसके बाद तो लगता है DARPG का award वापस कर देना चाहिए. We got so many suggestions, which is a good thing. But then to enable you to also think a little out of the box, we have today's forum. So, and to the industry to whom a paper on eGramSwaraj has already been circulated, I hope that you've had a good hard look at it. And I'm very grateful that you've come forth to make your suggestions. So make your suggestions in a manner that is digestible and that can be assimilated by the audience here, because it is their job then to come and tell the NIC team and us what they expect of eGramSwaraj. There is a presentation today, later in this session by the NIC, which will give you an overview of what we are doing. And finally, today is a great day. From the time I was in school at 11 a.m., we would get up and pay our homage. So, so I'm not a big reader of what he's written, but then there used to be this starting page in CBSE books where he gave us a talisman that you remember the face of the poorest, the most destitute person that you've ever seen, and see and make a connection how the action that you're doing connects to his well-being, and then you would find your doubts fading away. So let that be our talisman again. With that, once again, I welcome you all warmly from the depths of my heart, and I hope that today's event is going to be worth our while. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We also have Shri Abhishek Singh Ji. Sir is the President and CEO of National E-Governance Division, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He has led multiple departments in the domain of agriculture, poverty alleviation, food corporation, personal administration. Shri Abhishek Ji is an IIT Kanpur and Harvard Kennedy School alumni. I would request sir to please give an inaugural session.
Thank you, and I must thank the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, and in particular my dear friend Alok, with whom we had the joy of learning together, studying together as 17-year-olds. And thank you for organizing this consultation workshop. I'm also grateful and thankful for Dr. Chandrasekhar Kumar, whom we will be listening and getting benefited from his views, Mamta Verma ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, and all those who have assembled here today. So first and foremost, I must mention and admit that Ministry of Panchayati Raj has been one of the path breakers, especially in taking technology for ensuring that we are able to improve administration, governance, implementation of schemes. eGramSwaraj app, I had heard about it long back, but while the session was on, I just went to downloaded the app again, and I was happy to see that it's like with 1 million plus downloads, with a rating of 4.2 on the Android Play Store. And the functionalities I was just browsing through. So it's like a great empowering app. Like I just went to the details which is there, and I just for randomly I checked the state, Rajasthan state, Bharatpur, Kumher block, block Panchayat Kumher, and Bhatwali Gram Panchayat. And when I go there, I am able to see the entire financial flow of that Gram Panchayat. Like how much money it has received, for what all schemes they are spending. Like it says that for 22-23, it got around 27 lakh rupees for various schemes, and the activities which are being taken up are like public works, for drinking water scheme, 50,000 rupees they are spending. Then there's another activity which is mentioned, public works, interlocking ईंट खरजा निर्माण विजन जाटव के घर से दाताराम जाटव के घर की ओर भटावली. So it's a very powerful app which can provide information at fingertips to all our citizens and to all other stakeholders. So what such an initiative means is that sometimes not many of us are even aware of what work has been done. And to do that at scale, to do that for all Gram Panchayats across India, the number is around 250,000 or it's gone up? 250,000 Gram Panchayats. So doing that, to ensuring that financial fund flow is managed at the local self-government, at the literally the last mile, is not easy. While we think of doing a PFMS system in our own offices, but doing such kind of IT intervention at the Gram Panchayat level is indeed commendworthy. We need to think of what all has been done, in what ways we can kind of make it better, make it more accessible, because in India, whenever we do anything, two things that come to our mind. One, it has to be scalable, because we have to deal with 1 billion plus people. For anything that we do, it has to cater to that. Alok mentioned about the vaccination platform. When we're doing that, it was such a big challenge. Like, how do you vaccinate 1 billion plus people and ensure that everybody is able to access their certificates with the everybody is able to book their appointments, remember using the platform, remember what vaccine you took, because somebody will forget whether we took Covishield, whether we took Covaxin. The time intervals were also very confusing. One, you have to take the second dose after 28 days, one you have to take after 84 days. Very often we forget even those medicines which the doctors prescribe twice daily for 5 days. So here, remembering something for 28 days, 84 days, different vaccines, and so much of confusion and information around, it was very difficult. But the tech platform enabled that. So similarly, when we do anything for panchayats, anything for something in the rural development space at scale, it requires designing and architecting a technology system which is scalable, which is robust, which is secure, which is designed with privacy first kind of approach, and which is mobile friendly. Because 90% plus people in India use any application on the mobile platform. They don't have the patience to go to a browser and do that. The other very important part of designing any IT system for like eGramSwaraj 2.0, when we are thinking of, like, how do we make it available in multiple languages? Currently, I believe eGramSwaraj is available in English and Hindi, but any project that we do has to be available in all Indian languages. We have 22 official languages, and yes, there is a tool which is enabling that. We have a tool called Bhashini under the National Language Translation Mission that we have built up, which allows converting an app or a website into any Indian language seamlessly by having a plugin and doing that. And more importantly, Bhashini is also enabling voice-enabled services. Just like we talk to Alexas and Siris, and similarly, can we not talk to an app, and instead of doing data entry, can we not find out information, apply for services with a voice command? We have made certain kind of applications which are voice-enabled on the Umang app. Umang is the universal mobile app on which you can go and say that, hey Umang, what is the status of my driving license? It will ask you back, give me the reference number or the passport number, and then it will answer with voice. Then similarly, another initiative that we have been experimenting with, piloting with, some of you must have heard about ChatGPT. So we use the ChatGPT APIs and the Bhashini APIs and WhatsApp APIs. And we tried to build up a bot in which people can go to a WhatsApp interface, give a voice note, and get the answer back on voice. So I will just take a risk and try to see if it works for a demo. So this is the Bhashini bot. So this is the Bhashini bot API, Bhashini bot on WhatsApp. So you can ask anything about any public scheme on this interface with a voice command. Suppose I record, मनरेगा के बारे में पूछते हैं. ये मनरेगा योजना क्या होती है इसके बारे में जरा बताइएगा मुझे. Suppose I have recorded this as a voice note, because most people in the villages will prefer to use voice command to ask. So my Bhashini APIs, if the connectivity is okay and everything is fine, it has translated it. It given me the text. ये मनरेगा योजना क्या होती है इसके बारे में जरा बताइएगा मुझे. अब now what happens कि speech to text has happened, and now what it has done is that it has gone to the back end and given me the answer कि महात्मा गांधी राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण रोजगार गारंटी अधिनियम मनरेगा एक श्रम कानून है. अब ये पूरा हिंदी में मुझे जवाब दे दिया है. But suppose I don't want to read, I am not so smart in reading. महात्मा गांधी राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण रोजगार गारंटी अधिनियम मनरेगा एक श्रम कानून और
सामाजिक सुरक्षा उपाय है जो काम करने के अधिकार की गारंटी देता है और भारत के किसी भी ग्रामीण परिवार के वयस्क सदस्यों को एक वित्त वर्ष में कम से कम 100 दिनों के लिए गारंटी युक्त मजदूरी रोजगार प्रदान करता है जो अकुशल शारीरिक कार्य करने के इच्छुक हैं।
So it has kind of given you the answer on voice. This is on WhatsApp. कि like you just go there and suppose I just say that कि एक दिन में काम करेंगे तो कितना पैसा मिलेगा मुझे? So this time I have not even given the context. Let me see whether it remembers कि I am talking about Manrega only. No, so we are trying to train it. Of course, it's not in the public domain. So it's again speech to text is like near perfect, and you can talk in any kind of because people in India even when they speak तमिल भी चलेगा, मलयालम भी देखेगा. देखिए ये दे दिया, बिल्कुल इसका जवाब दिया. एक दिन में काम करें तो कितना पैसा मिलेगा? So it again answers that. So we are trying to train it, and it's available in 8 Indian languages, the primary ones, and we are trying to ensure that people are able to access services in that. So what I was trying to mention is that eGramSwaraj 2.0 can also use these APIs which are available and ensure that it can empower people. The third thing that I will want to mention is that we all have heard about digital payments, we all have heard about Aadhaar, we all have heard about DigiLocker. So these are the basic building blocks that India has built. So any application, any department like eGramSwaraj 2.0, you can build on top of these applications. Like health, under the Ayushman Bharat Health Mission is building the unified health interface on top of these basic building blocks that have been built and connecting various systems with APIs. So similarly in DigiLocker, as we know, is an app where which allows cloud-based access to documents and also verification of documents. It has got like today 114 crore users, 5.62 billion documents, and with academic certificates, health records, Aadhaar documents, income tax, insurance, all those documents are available. And it can allow API-based verification for that. So for example, if like Karnataka police was doing their police constable recruitment and they wanted to verify the 10th and 12th mark sheets of those who had applied, earlier they would send it to the concerned board and it will take around 6 to 8 months to verify the certificates. But with since all these 6th and 12th mark sheets are available in the DigiLocker, we enabled the API-based verification and it was done within a day. So the recruitment cycle for that level came down from almost 6 months to 2 months or something. So there are a lot of benefits there. The Agniveer scheme, the next version will also be leveraging this facility of the DigiLocker. So similarly in Panchayati Raj also, if there are any documents which are verifiable, can be put there. We are doing a pilot with the Ministry of Rural Development for bringing the Manrega job cards into the DigiLocker. Because what happens is that those who work for Manrega, they get around 100 days of wage payment, maybe around 300 rupees per day, and it's like 30,000 rupees they are getting. That's their salary. But they don't have a salary certificate. They can't go to the bank and say that I have my salary certificate, I have a form 16 and give me a loan. Because there is no document that they have, they only have the money that they are getting. So we are working with Ministry of Rural Development, and J&K is the pilot state which has already completed that all the Manrega job cards have become the part of the DigiLocker ecosystem. So that job card records how much money I have made in a particular year. So if any microfinance institution or if any banking institution wants to verify that electronically, that is possible today, and based on that he can get a 5,000 rupees loan. Because he is working as a wage laborer for 100 days, but rest of the 265 days also he has to have a living. So if he gets a loan for 5,000 rupees, he can put up a thela, he can become a vegetable vendor, or any other, he can be a rickshaw puller, any other economic activity he can take up. So that can result in lot of kind of credit finance, and that can lead to a lot of economic development at the bottom of the pyramid. So similarly, eGramSwaraj 2.0 also has certain documents with the panchayats issue. For example, the caste certificates. In some states, panchayats are authorized to issue the caste certificate or domicile certificates. And if those documents also become part of the DigiLocker ecosystem and we allow API-based verification of those documents, then it can really change things. So many recruitments, we always look at verifying caste documents by sending to people to tahsildars and all, and results in a lot of court cases and all that complication. So all that can be resolved, and this can be done by integrating with the DigiLocker and the API Setu project. API Setu is where we have published more than 2,500 APIs. So that there a lot of opportunity lies in for that. So when I look at eGramSwaraj 2.0, and then when you expose your own APIs, like for example, verification of public schemes, if that is already in your public domain, but if you publish those APIs, then somebody can use it and plan and think of planning another service on top of that. So there are a lot of applications which I feel can be done when we kind of take eGramSwaraj 2.0 to the next level. So I would not, I don't know I would not take more time because otherwise this is a subject so dear to me that I can keep on talking for hours together. But it's a consultation workshop. It's very important to listen to all the stakeholders who are here today. But I will just conclude by saying that that Ministry of Electronics and IT and the National E-Governance Division will be there to offer all the services that we have, whether integrating it with UMA or whether integrating it with DigiLocker or API Setu or Bhashini, bringing voice-enabled interface to such applications, because people in the rural areas would love to talk to an app rather going to a website, entering URL, putting CAPTCHA, because all those things kind of you lose customers whenever we build so much of detail into that. But if you are able to talk to an app and get answer in voice in your mother tongue, then that can lead to a lot of adoption, and that can lead to a lot of value addition and improvement in the things. So I would compliment the Ministry of Panchayati Raj for organizing this consultation workshop, getting me also to be exposed to that, and look forward to working with you in trying to ensure that we are able to we are together able to build products for the people of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's great to see sir's enthusiasm for the technology and how IT infrastructure has been pivotal in changing the last mile service delivery at the grassroots level. Thank you again, sir. So today also happens to be the Martyrs' Day, also known as Shaheed Divas. We'll keep a 2-minute silence to pay our homage to freedom fighters who sacrificed their lives for our nation's independence. Thank you, everyone. Now, I would request Shri Chandrasekhar Kumar, Additional Secretary MOPR, to please give his opening remarks for the participants.
वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल। आज के इस मंथन कार्यक्रम में मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। हमारे मंच पे आसीन हमारे जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी आलोक जी, ममता जी और हमारे बहुत सम्माननीय अतिथि अभिषेक जी और सभी स्टेट से आए हुए हमारे सम्माननीय अतिथिगण, NIC के सभी अतिथिगण और लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। So at the outset, I express my sincere gratitude and thanks to NIC and our JS Alok ji and all his team for organizing this Manthan Karyakram. We are planning since quite long to have a open discussion कि भाई अब टेक्नोलॉजी जो है you know is changing very fast and ऐसा ना हो कि 5 साल बाद टेक्नोलॉजी कहीं और चला जाए और हमारी EGS कहीं पीछे रह जाए। तो क्या रहता है कि हम लोग जब आपस में केवल मिलते हैं और बात करते हैं और डिस्कस करते हैं तो बाहर से हम इंफॉर्मेशन ले नहीं पाते हैं। सो वी थॉट कि नाउ वी टाइम दैट वी शुड ओपन इट अप, लेट अस हियर द आउटसाइड पीपल, इंडस्ट्री, बिकॉज इंडस्ट्री, सो देयर शुड बी ए कन्वर्जेंस वेयर इंडिया इज मार्चिंग अहेड, सो द विलेजेस and the Panchayat administration should also march together. और आज का दिन जो आप हम लोगों ने 2 मिनट के शांत जो रखा बापू के, ये ग्राम स्वराज तो उन्हीं का क्वाइन किया वर्ड है आई थिंक, जो ग्राम स्वराज और उनकी जो धारणा थी कि भाई लोगों को जो सारी सुविधाएं हैं गाँव में मिले, विलेज रिपब्लिक की परिकल्पना की गई थी। तो और 73rd अमेंडमेंट वाज मोटिवेटेड फ्रॉम दैट एम्बिशन ओनली। तो 73rd, जैसा आलोक ने बताया कि 29 सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, तो 29 सब्जेक्ट्स का काम आपका गांव में ही होना चाहिए, है ना, तो संविधान में लिखा हुआ है। तो और इसमें हमने लास्ट काफ़ी प्रगति की है। लेट मी नॉट से दैट वी हैव नॉट मेड प्रोग्रेस, वी हैव मेड क्वाइट। मुझे याद है कि जब 2006 में मैं पंचायत का डायरेक्टर था उड़ीसा में, और since then I think there has been quite improvement, huge improvement। उस समय ये प्लानिंग नहीं होती थी, जीपीडीपी नहीं थी, पेमेंट का भी नहीं था। उस समय 2-3 थे, रूरल सॉफ्ट, प्रिया सॉफ्ट, वेतन, पामिस, ये सब चल रही थी, और वो सबको अब इंटीग्रेट करके अब हम लोग अब जीपीडीपी पे आ गए हैं। और उसके बाद से ई-ग्राम स्वराज का इंटीग्रेशन अब पीएफएमएस के साथ भी हो गया है। पीएफएमएस में अब आपको पता है कि पंचायतों ने लास्ट 1 साल में अब सारे स्टेट ऑन बोर्ड हैं, हमारे सारे 2,70,000 कितने पंचायत ऑन बोर्ड हैं, और करीबन इन लास्ट 1.5 ईयर करीब 1 लाख के करोड़ के ट्रांजैक्शन भी पंचायतों ने इस पर कर रखा है। तो मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि बहुत अच्छा हमने कर लिया है और इसके बाद हमें बहुत और करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, बट आगे भी बहुत जाने की ज़रूरत है। लेकिन अब ये है कि एक देयर हैज़ बीन ए बेस विच हैज़ बीन अचीव्ड एट द पंचायत लेवल, and we have to work on that base. So when all panchayats already GPDP कर रहे हैं, EGS पे हैं सारे, और भी पोर्टल हमारी हैं, PFMS पे ही हैं, और आई थिंक शॉर्टली वी आर वर्किंग ऑन जेम ऑल्सो, तो जेम का भी इंटीग्रेशन होने जा रहा है। किंतु इसके बाद भी मैंने आप लोग सारे स्टेट से भी आए हैं, NIC भी हैं और सारे हैं। आई थिंक देयर आर स्टिल लॉट ऑफ चैलेंजेस वी आर फेसिंग, एंड द विलेज लेवल में जो पंचायत में जो लोगों के एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं वो भी बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ रही हैं। तो नाउ वी टाइम हैज़ कम कि कैसे जो हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी है, पोर्टल है, वो लोगों को उनकी जो एस्पिरेशंस को फुलफिल करने में समर्थ हो पाए, दैट इज़ द चैलेंज। तो पंचायत का अब उसका द बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर है कि भाई हम जो पंचायत की जो प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं वो प्लानिंग बहुत स्ट्रक्चरल हो, और उसका जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो रहा है वो कायदे से हो, और उसकी जो मॉनिटरिंग हो रही है वो भी ठीक से हो, रिपोर्ट जनरेट हो पाए। फिर अब हम ऑडिट ऑनलाइन पे भी आ चुके हैं, तो ऑडिट ऑनलाइन भी हो जाए, ऑडिट ऑनलाइन से ऑडिट एक्शन टेकन रिपोर्ट भी बन जाए, और उस पर करेक्टिव मेजर भी हो जाए। तो ये अभी क्या है कि अभी ये सब सिलोज में हमारे सब बने हुए हैं। हमारा ग्राम सभा का कहीं और पोर्टल है, ई-ग्राम स्वराज, जीपीडीपी कहीं और है, पीएफएमएस अलग ही है, ऑडिट ऑनलाइन कहीं अलग है, एक्शन टेकन रिपोर्ट यही है। तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है कि अब हम इतने पोर्टल पे काम कर रहे हैं, तो कैसे इसको एक तो हम जो मैं जब जाता हूँ पंचायतों में और डिस्कस करता हूँ, तो कैसे इसको इंटीग्रेट किया जाए, कि अगर हम अगले 2-3 साल में क्या ऐसा कर सकते हैं हम लोग कि जो हमारे पास जो पंचायत की जो प्लानिंग है उसका पूरा हमारा SOP बना हुआ है, कि जो मिशन अंत्योदय के गैप्स को फुलफिल करते हुए, और हमारी जो थीमेटिक प्लानिंग है उसकी भी पूरी हमारी रूपरेखा बनकर वो भी बन चुकी है। सो कैन वी डू समथिंग, जैसे कि अभिषेक साहब बता रहे थे कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस लगा के वो सब कर रहे हैं, और अगले 2-3 साल में हम लोग ऐसा कर सकते हैं कि पंचायत को एक उनकी मिशन अंत्योदय की गैप पता है, किस थीम पे काम कर रहे हैं वो पता है, उस एरिया की प्रोफाइलिंग हमें पता है, उस एरिया की जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल गैप, सारी गैप पता है। तो क्यों ना अगर ये चारे चीज़ को मिलाकर पहले स्टेज में हम पंचायत को हमारी जो लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी लगाकर एक पंचायत को हम पहले उनके जिस थीम पे कर रहे हैं काम, उनको पंचायत को एक डिजिटली जनरेटेड एक उनको हम प्लानिंग दे दें कि भाई ये जो कंप्यूटर से ही प्लानिंग करके आपको हमने निकाला है, आपके मिशन अंत्योदय का गैप भी कंप्यूटर में है, आपकी सेक्टरल के सारे कंप्यूटर में है, सारी चीज़ कंप्यूटर है, आपके रिसोर्स एनवेलप भी कंप्यूटर में है। तो जब ये सारे चीज़ कंप्यूटर में है तो क्यों ना हम पंचायत का एक प्लानिंग ही कंप्यूटर से जनरेट करके पंचायत को दें। और मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि पंचायत उसी को पालन, नो, पंचायत की अपनी जो ग्राम सभा है, दैट इज ए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल एंटिटी, उसकी अपनी स्वायत्तता है। तो बट वो पंचायत को हेल्प करेगी, पंचायत को पता तो चले कि भाई हमारी ये प्रायोरिटी है, तो इस प्रायोरिटी पे हमें काम करना है। एंड दे आर ऑलवेज वेलकम टू कैन चेंज द पंचायत प्लान, बिकॉज द ग्राम सभा इज द लास्ट अथॉरिटी टू गिव द अप्रूवल, किंतु एक बार पंचायत को, आई थिंक दैट विल गिव द पंचायत ए वे फॉरवर्ड की प्लानिंग करनी कैसे है। उसमें मानचित्र भी इंटीग्रेट हो सकता है हमारा, है ना। तो अभी जैसे हम लोग पंचायत में जाते हैं कहीं भी, तो बात पूछते हैं सरपंच को, चाहे उनसे व्हाट यू डूइंग भाई, क्यों बोलते हैं भाई सर अभी तो हम लोग खाली खड़ंजा बना रहे हैं, नाली बना रहे हैं। और एक्चुअली ये चीज़ हम जब डायरेक्टर थे तब भी सुनाई पड़ता था। तो नाउ विद टाइम हैज़ कम कि द पंचायत शुड स्टार्ट टॉकिंग ऑन द 29 सब्जेक्ट्स, कि हम स्कूल का भी काम देख रहे हैं, आंगनवाड़ी का भी देख रहे हैं, पानी सप्लाई का भी देख रहे हैं, हम जो गाँव में कूड़ा है उसको भी उठवा रहे हैं, स्ट्रीट लाइट भी करवा रहे हैं, लोगों का टैक्स कलेक्शन भी कर रहे हैं, और लोगों की सर्टिफिकेट्स वगैरह भी दिलवा रहे हैं। तो अब नाउ ए टाइम हैज कम, अभी नहीं तो अगले 2-3 साल में पंचायत ये सारी चीज़ें बात करना शुरू करें। पंचायत वो बहुत हो गया, हम ये ड्रेन और खड़ंजा की बात सुन सुनकर वो जिस पंचायत में जाइए वही बात करते हैं। तो मोटा मोटी बहुत कम पंचायतों में सुनने को मिलता है कि नहीं हम तो सर्टिफिकेट दिलवा रहे हैं और हम स्ट्रीट लाइट लगवा रहे हैं और कूड़े की व्यवस्था करा रहे हैं। तो क्यों नहीं ये सारी चीज़ पंचायत को अब बिकॉज उनकी जो कैपेसिटी है पंचायत में, टेक्नोलॉजिकल कैपेसिटी, उनकी मैन पावर कैपेसिटी इज क्वाइट लिमिटेड। सो हियर द टेक्नोलॉजी शुड असिस्ट द पंचायत इन टॉकिंग ऑल दिस। वो पंचायत के डैशबोर्ड पे एक्चुअली वो दिखना चाहिए। अगर हमारे पंचायत की प्रोफाइल हम अपलोड कर रहे हैं तो एवरी वीकली डेली पंचायत के अगर हम ऐसा कुछ डिजाइन कर पाएँ कि पोर्टल पे दिखना चाहिए कि भाई आपके इतने घर हैं, इतने घर में आपके कूड़े उठ रहे हैं, नहीं उठ रहे हैं, इतने घर से आपकी टैक्स मिल रही है, आपकी इतनी स्ट्रीट लाइट की सफाई हो रही है, इतनी स्ट्रीट लाइट आपकी जल रही है, इतने बच्चों को पढ़ाई हो रही है, इतने बच्चों को टीका मिल गया। ये सब सारी इंफॉर्मेशन है, ऐसा नहीं कि बट वो सारी इंफॉर्मेशन टुकड़े टुकड़े में बटे हुए हैं। तो नाउ ये टाइम हैज कम कि उस पर चर्चा हो कि हम कैसे क्या अगले 1-2 साल में उसको करा सकते हैं। तो मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि एक दिन में हो जाएगा, बट नाउ ए टाइम हैज कम कि जो सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन है, स्कूल के पास है, आंगनवाड़ी के पास है, जल जीवन सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन पंचायतों में है। लेकिन पंचायत एक जगह वो पोर्टल पे अगर दिखने लग जाए तो पंचायत सेक्रेटरी और सरपंच की पता चल जाए कि भाई हमारे पंचायतों में कहाँ कहाँ प्रॉब्लम हो रही है और हम किस चीज़ पे हम ध्यान दें। अभी बिकॉज ये इन्फॉर्मेशन उनके पास नहीं है तो वो केवल बस भाई वो खड़ंजे के कॉन्ट्रैक्टरी में लगे हुए हैं। मैंने लेट मी नॉट बट दैट्स व्हाट आई। तो ये चीज़ें अब अगले मैंने 2-3 साल में हमको एक सोचना पड़ेगा, है ना, कि हमको उस दिशा में अब मूव करें और वो डिजिटली करना है। अब ये नहीं कि भाई उसको हम बैठ के ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं, ट्रेनिंग तो देना ही पड़ेगा, लेकिन ये सारी चीज़ें पोर्टल पे डिजिटली हमको कर पाएंगे, है ना। दूसरा है कि एक जो हम ग्राम सभा जो हम करा रहे हैं वो ग्राम सभा की हम अभी तक हो गया 25-30 साल, लेकिन उस पर हम लोगों ने सफलता हासिल नहीं की है। तो क्या हम ऐसा कुछ ई गवर्नेंस में सॉल्यूशन ढूंढ सकते हैं कि हम ग्राम सभा की जो है वो डिजिटली उसकी मैंने इंश्योर करा पाए कि ग्राम सभा हो पाए और ग्राम सभा का उस पर अपलोड भी हो जाए, ग्राम सभा के डिजिटली रिकॉर्ड भी हो जाए, सारा काम पोर्टल पे हो, और वो ना होगा तो ग्राम सभा की अप्रूवल ना हो। मतलब ऐसा डिजिटली मैंने इट शुड बी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे। ग्राम सभा हो रही है लेकिन उसकी पूरा जो ट्रांजेक्शन है दैट कैन वी डू समथिंग ऑन डिजिटल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड, है ना। क्या कि अब नाउ वी आर मूविंग वेरी फास्ट ऑन द डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी, बट एंड टेक्नोलॉजी आर अवेलेबल। और ये जो हमारे चैलेंजेस हैं मैं वो चैलेंजेस को यहाँ पे ले आउट कर रहा हूँ जो आज के डिस्कशन में आप लोग ये कर सकते हैं। तो ये क्या हम कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद से जब अब हम लोग जा रहे हैं ऑडिट के, तो क्या ऑडिट रिपोर्ट वाई नॉट, अगर हम पंचायत का सारा रिसोर्स एनवेलप है, पंचायत की प्लानिंग भी है, पंचायत ने जो काम किया है वो भी सारा अवेलेबल है, तो वाई नॉट वी कैन जनरेट ऑडिट रिपोर्ट डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम आवर पोर्टल डायरेक्टली कि भाई ये आपने काम किया, आपने ये रिपोर्ट है, ये खर्च कम किया, ये नहीं किया आपने, इसमें ये रूल फॉलो किया नहीं किया, आपकी पेमेंट यहाँ कम हो गई वहाँ कम हो गई, सारी इंफॉर्मेशन कंप्यूटर में है। सो कैन वी जस्ट जनरेट ऑडिट रिपोर्ट डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द देयर using of course the chat GPT and ई टेक्नोलॉजी का है कि सारे एक्ट्स रूल्स के जो SOP हैं उसको भी हम कंप्यूटर में बैकएंड में डाल सकते हैं उनके ऑडिट गवर्नेंस की। सो आई थिंक ऑल दिस थिंग्स बने, दीज आर वेरी स्मॉल थिंग्स, लेकिन हमको लगता है कि अरे हम ये सारी चीज़ों को धीरे धीरे करें तो पंचायत, अभी हम अपने हिसाब से सोच रहे हैं, हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब बोलते हैं कि भाई आप जो प्लान कर रहे हो वो अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हो, अपनी सोच, बट आप प्लानिंग करो पंचायत के सरपंच और सेक्रेटरी की सुविधा से, उसको क्या चाहिए। You should put your foot, you should put in your his shoes and then start thinking कि कैसे, how can you make life easier for a सरपंच and secretary, उसको कैसे सारी चीजें अपने जगह पे दिखने लगे, जो जैसे हमारे कंप्यूटर में हम सारी चीज देख पाते हैं उसी तरह से उसके कैसे दिखने लगे, और ये सारी चीज टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा अवेलेबल है, हो सकती हैं। ओनली थिंग है कि वी हैव टू पुट आवर हेड टुगेदर, और बहुत सारे स्टेट में बहुत सारे इसके इनोवेटिव एक्सपेरिमेंट भी किए गए हैं। मैं खुद देख के आऊँ केरला में, कर्नाटका में, तमिलनाडु में, आपके महाराष्ट्र में, ये सारे काम जो इनोवेशन तेलंगाना में है, चाहे जो भी है, वो सब काम टुकड़े टुकड़े में हो रहा है, वो आइसोलेटेड पैचेस हो रहे हैं, उसका कहीं पे कोई इंटीग्रेशन नहीं हो रहा है. Nobody is organizing at a national level and carrying it forward. So now a time has come. तो इसलिए मैंने आलोक जी को बोला कि आलोक जी एक ऐसा कीजिए कि सारे स्टेट को बुलाइए, इंडस्ट्री पार्ट बुलाइए, और लेटस काहे कि हम आपस में अंदर ही बात करते रहेंगे तो एनआईसी से बात करते रहेंगे तो एनआईसी की जो अपनी लिमिटेड नॉलेज है उसी पे बात करेगा, है ना. फिर तो नॉलेज का है, नॉलेज कोई बाउंड्री नहीं है, वो नॉलेज कहीं से आए उसको हमको वेलकम करना चाहिए, बाहर से आए, अंदर से आए, जहाँ आए. जितनी क्रिटिसिज्म हो आप क्रिटिसिज्म को हेल्दी लीजिए. जब तक आप क्रिटिसिज्म को सुनिएगा नहीं, आप इंप्रूव नहीं कीजिएगा. आप हमेशा अपनी पीठ को थपथपाते रहेंगे, नहीं भाई हमने तो सब काम कर लिया और आगे कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है, तब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे ही नहीं. तो वी शुड बी रेडी टू हियर ऑल सॉर्ट्स ऑफ क्रिटिसिज्म, है ना. तो ये बहुत सारे हमारे पास चैलेंजेस हैं और बहुत सारे आई थिंक ग्रीन फील्ड है, और हम अगर ये सब काम कर पाएँ, इतने काम कर पाएँ, जो कि तो आई थिंक जो ग्राम स्वराज और विलेज रिपब्लिक है वो सारी चीज़ें हम अचीव कर सकते हैं कि सारा चीज़ ईजिली हम टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू पंचायतों में कर सकते हैं. इसके अलावा जो ये पंचायत की तो एक इशू है, दूसरी इशू कि वहाँ के जो लोग रह रहे हैं उनको हम सारी सुविधाएं कैसे डिजिटली वह गांव में ही प्रोवाइड कर पाएँ. उनको सारे जो उनके जो पढ़ाई की है, कोचिंग की है, टेक्नोलॉजी है, उनकी जो सर्टिफिकेट्स वगैरह है, क्या हम ये सब चीज़ें पंचायतों में करा सकते हैं? बिल्कुल करा सकते हैं हम लोग, टेक्नोलॉजी अवेलेबल है. तो अगर जैसे कर्नाटका में ई लाइब्रेरी शुरू किया गया, वहाँ लाइब्रेरी में बच्चों को बहुत कोचिंग कर रहे हैं. केरला में ILGMS की व्यवस्था की गई है कि सारे एक जगह वन विंडो में जो भी सर्टिफिकेट अप्लाई करना है अप्लाई कर दीजिए और पंचायत के थ्रू दैट विल गेट द सर्टिफिकेट्स, है ना. तो इफ देयर इज Kerala is already doing, some states are doing, why not we can simply just customize and roll out in all the states. I'm not saying copy and paste because every state has their own peculiarities. Customize and then roll out. So now a time has come, panchayats and people, ये उनकी दोनों के लिए if I can just start working together, and I don't think the money is issue. जो फंड के हम, मुझे लगता है कि फंड तो हम अभी जितना फंड है उतना ही हम खर्च नहीं कर पाते हैं. और उसी तरह से सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हमारे लेवल पे एंड स्टेट्स को भी अपने उसी तरह से ये सब अब इनोवेटिव थिंकिंग लानी पड़ेगी. नाउ वी आर टॉकिंग इन 2025-22 एंड वी आर थिंकिंग फॉर नेक्स्ट 10 years. सो आप अगर 1980 की तरह से पंचायत को चलाना चाहेंगे और पंचायत अब चलेगी नहीं कि उसी के हिसाब से बस एक बिल्डिंग बना दिया, एक सेक्रेटरी का रूम दे दिया, एक कंप्यूटर दे दिया और इंटरनेट चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है, बस उसे ही चलने दो. तो आई डोंट थिंक वी कैन रन आवर पंचायत इन दैट मोड. ए टाइम हैज कम that we have to start thinking, we have to think outside, we have to relate to the best part of the country governance and accordingly provide, and fund is not an issue. But हमारे क्या है कि स्ट्रक्चरली करना पड़ेगा, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म को थोड़ा स्ट्रेंथन करना पड़ेगा, हमारी जो PMUs हैं सारे लेवल पे उनको स्ट्रॉन्ग करनी पड़ेगी, हमारे जो सायरडीज हैं, ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, आई थिंक उनको बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग करनी पड़ेगी. क्या है कि ऑल दिस थिंग्स रिक्वायर कंटिन्यूअस ओरिएंटेशन, कंटिन्यूअस ट्रेनिंग, कंटिन्यूअस ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग. ये एक टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो इतनी फास्ट मूव करती है कि आप आज देंगे वो 6 महीने बाद अलग रह जाएगी. तो एंड ये तभी हो सकती है जब देयर इज कंप्लीट इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म देयर. सो आई जस्ट वांटेड टू फ्लैग ऑल दीज थिंग्स एंड आई एम फ्लैगिंग दीज इशूज बिकॉज आई फुल कॉन्फिडेंस दैट वी हैव रीच्ड टू दैट लेवल दैट वी कैन स्टार्ट थिंकिंग एंड we are in a position to roll out this. So we are not seeing a dream actually. We are in a position, we have all the technologies, we have all the capabilities, and we can roll out these things in a very structured and institutional manner. And if you can really do that, I think the landscape of the panchayat administration and panchayat governance in next 2-3 years will be quite different. I can say this with complete confidence and complete responsibility. So I think today's workshop will be able to discuss all these things, and we come out with some roadmap for next year कि अगले 6 महीने में करना क्या है. तो I think with this I thank you once again and expect and hope for the best outcome of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir mentioned about the struggles the panchayat face on a day-to-day basis and how the digital transparency is required at the grassroots level. Now I would like to invite Shri Sunil Jain, DDG NIC, to give a brief presentation on the existing eGramSwaraj application.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. We have already heard our Additional Secretary, CU, NEGD, JS, and what exactly is the current status and what is their roadmap. Now, my presentation will cover what we are doing, how it got evolved over a period of time. Basically, it has taken some time for us to come to this level because of the challenges of the geography and target audience at the Gram Panchayat level. So I will share different systems, subsystems, and what actually, how we are going to go ahead. So initially, Panchayat, around 2014, it was basically a decision support system. We wanted to bring in transparency, some kind of reporting, analytics, all those things were there. But now with eGramSwaraj came, then came the actual, transformation when the payments started happening. Plan, payments, execution, works, so everything came on the common platform. And as CEO and GD was saying that, he can see everything on the mobile app. So this is what exactly has evolved. This is how you can see on this screen how it evolved. We started with National Panchayat Portal in 2004. Then came the National Panchayat Directory. Now this is Local Government Directory. It has evolved in a big way. Local Government Directory is now providing the unique codes to all the rural local bodies, urban local bodies, all the departments, hierarchies, and most of the government departments are using this. If you use Local Government Directory in any kind of systems, then it allows us to tag the either a beneficiary or a work or a place with that particular transaction or asset or a beneficiary, and then we can seamlessly exchange our data. Like AS was saying that we should be able to see on our dashboard that these are the schools, Anganwadis, these are the children enrolled in the schools and Anganwadis. That can only happen when all institutions, all beneficiaries are tagged with the Local Government Directory. Incidentally, I would like to share that census operations, our Registrar General of India, they are also using now Local Government Directory for census. So similarly, all other ministries and all other departments we are pursuing with them to use this. Then the Panchayat Profiler, basically this application or this system allows the Panchayat to maintain their profile, their population and the details of their elected representatives, facilities, infrastructure. Then came the Plan Plus, which provided a platform for Panchayats to create their plans, in a systemic manner, structured manner. Then after planning came the Priya software, which allowed the Panchayats to record their transactions and to generate the accounts, Priya soft. Then again the plan area profiler came, which again was slightly enhanced version of the Panchayat profile. Then came Action Soft, like if you are having payments, you are having a plan, then what is the kind of progress you are making. The Action Soft allowed us to track the actual progress of the work, the stages against the payments. National Asset Directory, all the assets which are being maintained by Panchayat, which are either being created by the Panchayats using the funds of Panchayat or any other department creating the fund assets on that Panchayat, which a Panchayat may later on wants to spend money on maintenance or any other thing. So it's Asset Directory is one pillar which allows us to maintain. Then social audit and meeting management. Service Plus is one big flagship program of the ministry, which actually has been adopted by so many other states for rolling out their services. This is a low-code, no-code platform in which any state, any user, any department can configure their services. And it is seamlessly integrated with PFMS, with DigiLocker, with Aadhaar, with payment gateway. So any state, anyone who right now, Karnataka is running, and then Haryana, Bihar, Jharkhand, Jammu Kashmir, so many people are running this Service Plus, and so this is integrated with all national level projects like Aadhaar and DigiLocker. Then is the training management portal. Then Gram Manchitra. It is again a recent phenomena. It is basically a GIS platform in which the panchayats can use, visualize, and then can plan their assets, and then works on this, and they can also see what are the works and other assets that are being created by other department in their panchayat, because it seamlessly integrates with the other platform. Audit online again is a recent phenomena. Apart from now, once you've started creating profile, creating a plan, spending money, tracking the progress, then finally it has to be audited, and as Secretary AS was saying that audit and the observations, everything should be made online. Other initiatives basically are like Vibrant Gram Sabha, which facilitates, smooth conduction of the Gram Sabha, who came, who did not came, what was the agenda, what was the decision taken. Panchayat Awards is big now. It's a platform where panchayats can showcase their work and then can apply for getting recognition. So more than 80% of the panchayats have come forward this year and they've applied for the Panchayat Awards. And there's an institutional system for them to select the best panchayat within the local body and then to district level at the national level. People's Plan campaign, Panchayat Charter, it captures all the services that are being provided by the panchayat and services that are online, that are offline, and COVID dashboard India. So eGramSwaraj was launched in 2020, and these are the basic, core modules: panchayat profile management. Then you have to come out with a plan, and plan is associated with the GIS enabled plan, and then you can report the progress by making financial transactions which are connected with the PFMS. And then when the work is completed, automatically it gets into the asset. All the assets are being geotagged. So it's end-to-end system. And on top, basically underlying things, the LGD, which we request all the states to maintain the LGD properly. Objectives, as I say, it has to evolve as a unified and common platform for collaborative functioning of all stakeholders. So right now the stakeholders are only Panchayat Sachiv and then elected representative, block Panchayat. Later on we also want different ministries to also get on board, and they can see a Panchayat specific view on that. Simplification, transformation of the processes, streamlining, decentralized participatory planning, execution of the plan, payments, and judicious utilization of the funds. Let all the transactions be in public domain, available on the mobile app. Let people see on which work, what kind of funds have been utilized, what is the status of the work. And if they want, they can even report the quality of the work is not good. All kind of things can happen using a simple mobile app. Action soft, basically whenever the work is there, it has to be, the user has to upload a geotagged photo at different stages, and then the payment is facilitated. We are going to further detail this app so that it can be geofenced, and we can allow them location-based services. Even public can upload their reviews using this app. We are planning whenever there is a poor quality of work and the money has been spent, actually work has not been done, then public can go to that area and they can have a geofenced app that will allow them and upload that remarks. So this is important. Gram Manchitra, it's basically GIS platform. We propose that when the panchayat sees that, they can see all the works which are being carried out by different ministries within that panchayat. So now they have got a layer in which all the works, all the infrastructure is being shown. Now they can create more works on a special platform. And this will basically facilitate deduplication of the works. Same kind of work, same place happening repeatedly can be avoided. This is the technology stack, which is majorly open source. We are following agile because our requirements are evolving, growing, maturing, and we have to adjust to the requirements of the state, because it is not a basically enforcement kind of system, it is a facilitative system. So based on the feedback of the state, we have to fine tune and realign our systems and our business rules and our applications so that they can, all the states can use them. So we have to follow a common denominator so that all states can use that system. Basically, we are using Bharat Maps for GIS, Tejas dashboard, Flutter is for mobile, and caching and all those things which you can see. It's also like given the printout. So this is the key figure, basically statistics, like around 2,55,000 panchayats have already prepared their development plan, which again are based on the themes as per the SCG. 2,52,000 panchayats have closed their yearbooks. That means they have undertaken all financial transactions online and done all vouchers, everything, and it has been published. Around 82 crore thousand rupees have been received by the panchayats. 30,666 crore rupees payments have been facilitated. So you can track each and every payment to a single rupee because it has been made through the system. 2,42,000 panchayats are using for Action Soft mobile app. Some states have asked to get some kind of waiver from this Action Soft that has been provided, but sooner or later they will also on board. And we have around 3.2 lakh geotagged photos. So what next, what we are doing, as our seniors have already said that we need to go for more and more services through mobile app. Everybody has a mobile and they want to see all services and transact on the mobile. So, and basically development plan right now, it's SDG based. Special, we will have better use and more effective use of GIS for planning, inclusive planning. And now as AS said, we need to pull the data from different ministries, so that a panchayat is able to see that these are my beneficiaries and these are the people who actually are not beneficiaries, but they are getting the benefit. These people are getting left out from the benefit. So, and similarly the institutions of different, and assets and works. So this is all going to be inclusive planning, and we have to have a family specific plan in coming years. So right now we are also working on a system for basically facilitating own source of revenue. Because right now panchayats are working and they are using the funds being provided by the Government of India or by the state, but they are not too keen to generate their own source of revenue. So in long term, every panchayat has to be self-reliant. So if there is a OSR system, a system which is able to track and facilitate them generating their revenues and tracking them, then it is going to be good. And we are also working on a Panchayat Development Index. And these are our plans. And obviously we have to, like as I said, we have to have better use of AI, ML, dashboards, all latest technologies. Because now the technologies have slightly matured. And we have to get, integrations are possible, compute is available, memory is available, bandwidth is available. So this is the right stage where we can leapfrog and take us to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, we'll break for tea. Before the tea, there's a group photo session, which is outside. My team will escort you to the group photo foyer. We reconvene at 11:45 a.m. I would request everyone in the interest of time to please be reconvene on time by 11:45 a.m. Thank you, sir. That's it, sir. So that's it. To the state plaza. वहीं जाएंगे सर. to our first industry session, which is the modernization of digital landscape by leveraging new age technologies. The session will be chaired by Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph, Principal Secretary, Local Self-Government Department, Kerala. I would request ma'am to please come up on the dais. Please welcome ma'am with a round of applause. Our speaker, our industry expert for this session will be Shri Vikas Tiwari, who is the Head of Solution Architect and Government Business for Amazon Web Service, known as AWS. He has worked in the marquee government projects such as creating a hardware security module, digital encryption, authentication techniques. He is an expert in devising customized AWS framework for government bodies for ensuring transparency and ease of use. I would now request Shri Vikas Tiwari to please come up on the dais.
Hello everyone. Respected dignitaries over here from Government of India, colleagues from NIC, members of MOPR, friends from industry. I'm really excited and delighted to be part of this conference where we are talking about how we can leverage the new age technologies where we can modernize the next version of eGramSwaraj application. It's been more than 10 years I've been working with Government of India, part of AWS, and prior to that, few other organizations. One of the key motives that when we work with AWS for public sector, we want to impact the life of every citizen of India with the use of technology, and especially towards the bottom of the pyramid. The last couple of years have been really tough for our country during the pandemic, and we have been privileged that we were able to work with the government for some of the pandemic-related workloads. This really helped us, gave us an opportunity for how we can impact the lives of citizens. And when I come to know about this session, I was really excited because if you really look at what we are talking about today, the Gram Panchayats, they play a really crucial role in India's development. And when we talk about development, it's not about in terms of economy numbers. We are doing good. We have plans for become like $5 trillion economy. But the real development comes when we can improve the life of our citizens, life in terms of their health, their skills, the standard of their living. If we can make a meaningful impact, that's really the development for the country. If I talk from the Gram Panchayat perspective or the Panchayati Raj institutes, we call it, they are covering and touching 65% of the Indian population, because that's the population which is today living in the rural areas. We have more than 2.7 lakhs Panchayati Raj institutions, and there are 35 lakhs plus elected representatives. Now that's the ecosystem which is there in India, which forms the local government, apart from the central government, the state government. So this local government is where we can really make an impact. And I would like to share my experience and vision, what we can do together, bring the power of technology, and what we can impact at the ground root level. Starting with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or we call it SDGs, we understand government has focused 9 themes around how we can eradicate poverty from villages, how can we improve the health of the villagers, and there are more themes. There are lots of areas where we are already working closely with government. The Swachh Bharat mission, we are very closely working with government. Related to health-related workloads, we are working with the government. When we talk about the poverty eradication, so if I just draw a parallel, so if you remember a few years back, maybe if you go back 5 years or 6 years in the behind, so we'll see that that time the technology companies were very limited. So the technology was limited to large enterprise accounts. It was not possible for anyone to just go and take those large commercial databases, proprietary technologies. Cloud disrupted lots of things. We see lots of startups today, and lots of, even if you look at 95% or more than those startups, they run on cloud. How cloud transformed that? cloud provided the power to two folks who are running in some, let's say, a coffee shop. They have the same set of power what a typical enterprise organization will have. That simply transformed. You have an idea, you can create an application, and that's how we have seen the emergence of Olas and Ubers and Zomatos and Swiggies. If you have an idea, you can do it, and that's really the power of cloud. Now, if you try to draw a balance, and if we say that, if we can give the similar kind of power, not just maybe a base compute or the cloud technologies, but if you can create an abstraction layer which is relevant to solve the rural level problems, if you can get certain set of capabilities and technology to two villagers sitting in a village with a mobile phone, so how much innovation we can bring in. And we have seen lots of innovations which are solving the grassroots problem, be it for the distribution of fertilizers in the field. Lots of innovations do come up, and I've seen that on Shark Tank and multiple places, right? So that really inspires us. How can we enable those people who are there on the grassroots to have more technology? We will talk about that, and I'll share the experiences of what we believe is the right methodology to drive this innovation. From the technology perspective, typically we talk about a three-step process: digitization, then digitalization, and digital transformation. So in simple words, digitization is when you have data in digital format. So you used to have, let's say, land records in paper format. If you convert it into a digital, that's a digitization process. We have moved to digitalization already. The eGramSwaraj application, if you look at it, has digitalized the processes around it. You can file the claims. There's an analytics dashboard where you can see the progress. There's a mobile application. And the next transformation, the digital transformation we talk about, it's a journey where using the technology, how can we leverage the collaboration? So the dignitaries on the dais, they were talking about lots of new innovations. There's a Bhashini app. How can we kind of engage in the upcoming application? How can we avoid duplication? Now, the current scenario is every department comes up with their own RFP. They define the set of requirements, okay? And probably similar kind of solutions or a subset of that has already been developed in some other state. How can we ensure that we are developing a system which is more like a building blocks instead of a big, large application? If we can create a repository of those such building blocks and then repurpose it across government applications, that's something which we can really leverage as part of the digital transformation. And instead of focusing on the processes, if we really focus and start designing a system without constraining on the technology from the end goal, we want to eradicate poverty from the country, and we have to take like all those 19 other goals that we have. So we'll talk about this. But in short, if we are really talking about the digital inclusive society as the goal that government has taken, we are not talking about where certain set of members have got access to technology, they can take decision, but how can we include citizens as part of the overall journey? Can we involve each and every villager which is there, part of the digital ecosystem, digital journey? That's what the digitally inclusive society. We saw there are 15 plus applications which are available to the Panchayati system. How can we simplify that? If you look at today's system, there's 5G in the country, there's broadband connectivity to every village. So mobile phone has penetrated very well. Now, all our citizens are very well capable of using social media. They can use WhatsApp. But if you ask them to use maybe some of the government applications, maybe they're not capable of that. So the expectation, as the dignitaries were talking about, the expectation is manifolds. The citizens are expecting, give us simplified application, just like any social media application. You should get a feed what's going on in my village, in my district, what all similar relevant things are going on in the nearby area, so that if we are sharing those ideas, and there's a social media kind of application framework for my villages, which can provide the relevant recommendation. So there are lots of good things happening across the country. Does every villager know about it? If we can provide that real-time feed and provide the recommendations based on the geography and the dimensions, this is the recommendation, set of recommendation. That's where the AI/ML piece comes in. So we can do that. Strengthening the source of revenue, how can we make it self-sustainable? I'll give a very simple example. Today, if you look at the world, everyone is talking about AI/ML, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. One very important part that everyone struggles with across the globe, that is having quality data. So data is very important for training the machine learning models. If you have images, lots and lots of images, then you need to first of all tell the system that these are the right images, these are the incorrect images, and based on that only you can take this, defined calls that this is the right things, you can train the data. What's possible? You can leverage the human resources we have. Can we train the human resources in villages, how they can classify the images? You'll get, let's say, the same eGramSwaraj application. If you want to generate more revenue option, there will be a workflow. You will be assigned 10 images. You have to just classify. Is it a house? Is it a bus? If you can do that, that will be a big, big help for the machine learning ecosystem. And if we are able to transform with our ecosystem and with our villagers and all the people who are involved, maybe this could be another stream of revenue model. So I'm saying that we have the strength, we have the citizens, and we just need to enable them how you can define new ways of revenue generation for them. Data-driven decision support system. So who has the power of making the decisions today? If the Panchayati Raj, the Sarpanch is there and he's approving some bills, can we involve the citizen to provide real-time decisions? We have the details, right? A small push notification with a simple yes or no. Are you satisfied? Is the work done? So real-time feedback coming from the citizens, that will make them really involved. And when we talk about this kind of ecosystem, so there will be certain challenges. If you look at the dilemma, either you can create a very popular application or you can create a stable application. The moment you allow citizen access and it becomes really viral and becomes popular, the kind of hits you can expect on the application, that can be manifold. Traditional systems are designed with some budgeting and then predefined scope, right? So if certain spike comes up and then it tampers with the stability of the application, that could be a bigger problem, right? So that's where the concept of open and interoperable platform comes in. If you look at India, we are working on the India stack. There are 12 applications which have been developed as platform. Many of them are supported by cloud. And what we are talking about, instead of developing an application, develop APIs so that you don't, we need to understand that if we assume that, we understand the entire context which is there for tomorrow, we may end up designing a small application. I'll give an example of Coven. So we all have used Coven, right? So when Coven started in 2021, the objective was to create a very simple application and you can relate it to any government application. So it was a self-registration form. Come to the website, register yourself, and government will send you an SMS that this slot, go to this center and get your vaccination done. Very simple. 10 days before the launch, the idea from the government came that we should give a flight booking kind of interface where we can give convenience to the citizens. They can come and book their own slots. Now suddenly in 10 days we were supposed to design an IRCTC train booking kind of website. There were 100 slots, 100,000 people trying to get those slots. So this is where we designed it from the grounds up in a way that it was an open platform. It was a scalable architecture so that it was able to scale on cloud. So this is like I would like to draw when we are talking about the eGramSwaraj 2.0. We should leverage the similar technology architecture. There should be an open data exchange layer, and this is again a missing piece. We have tried to solve it with National Data Analytics Platform, where we are pulling all the open source or the open data coming from various ministries available in a single platform. But how can we give it more to industries to foster innovation? One example is, if let's say we are getting the data from all the all the panchayats, right? What kind of programs they are running? Can we detect anomaly? Do we have skills to do it? Or can we just anonymize that data and give it an open domain? There are lots of research organizations, there are institutes who are doing PhD students. They can pull that information, run their own models and derive insights out of it and can contribute to this larger vision of digitally inclusive society. So one side we are talking about how can we engage more people, can better integrate with other systems. On the other side, when you are relying more on security or on the platform and the technology, it has to be highly available and durable. So once COVID was running, a few minutes of disruption could have disrupted the vaccination across the entire country. If we are designing a new eGramSwaraj application, if some disruption comes and we are involving all the citizens, it can disrupt the operations on ground. So how can we ensure we are using a platform which can be highly available, resilient, and can be secured at the same time? The cybersecurity risk, do we really want individual teams at state level to do it? Or can we design a system which can be managed as a whole as a zero trust based architecture? So our NIC folks have already, and team from NIC have already talked about the various capabilities of eGramSwaraj. So it has got various capabilities. Based on the inputs that we have received, there are a few challenges that has been identified. These are some of the challenges which we got from the system, that the IT infrastructure is aging. This needs to be revamped. The current application has served the purpose. It has done well because that was the need of the hour. But the monolithic application is one single application which has all the components integrated into one. And I was really delighted and happy to see when an NIC team presented the technology stack. It's based on open source. So one good thing I would really appreciate that the department is not stuck with proprietary technologies, where for every new scaling you need to shell out lots of money for the licenses. Open source is the way to go, but managing at scale the open source technology is not so easy. It takes lots of efforts. It needs lots of expertise to do that. That's where probably we'll talk about how we can handle those challenges. There were some challenges at the peak load, interoperability with other systems, the lack of real-time monitoring, and in fact, the additional secretary was talking about these capabilities that he expects in the next version. So how can we help, or what technology can really help? I'm from AWS, and I can talk from the cloud perspective. So typically, you're using a cloud technology. It can really give speed and agility. And how this is possible? A typical project in a government starts with a budgeting exercise, which is totally based on assumptions most of the time. We will assume that this many number of hits will come. And this should be the approximate compute size and the storage, right? Then we have to run this project for 5 years. What will be the every year? Maybe 10%, 20% growth. All assumptions, we'll do that. We'll get some figure, but because we can't let it fail, so we'll put some buffer on top of it, and we'll arrive some computation that this much of hardware is required, this much of infrastructure is required. So first thing is, it's a tedious exercise based on assumption. It's a huge cost involved because you have to invest in the software license, lots of hardware upfront. The cloud model changes it very differently. So instead of talking about this crores of budget sanction upfront, what the developers can do, they can go to the cloud, take a couple of machines, whatever technology they want to try. Everything is available in a subscription model. Give it a try for 1 week, 2 weeks. No commitments required. Maybe in 10,000 rupees, you can try your entire thing that you were trying to do. Do some benchmarking. Once you know the benchmarking that maybe 4 virtual machines, 4 virtual cores can handle maybe 1,000 users. Now you have better mechanism to identify how your application can look like. So that speed and agility is very important. Can we focus on innovation instead of spending time in those initial exercises? Similarly, the reliability and other aspects, the scalability, everyone knows cloud about this. I would like to talk more from the application real examples perspective. This is a few of the kind of charts from Arogya Setu. Everyone might have used Arogya Setu. I wanted to share this because this is what could be the possibility in case of eGramSwaraj 2.0 when you involve the citizens to this platform. So if you look at the below blue bar, this is the number of requests per 5 minutes. And if you remember in 2020, around March 15, we were tasked to design the COVID tracing application. Within 15 days, the developers, bunch of developers, they designed a mobile app, and we launched it around 1st of April. If you see the long bar here, on 14th of April, our Honorable Prime Minister announced on television everyone should download the mobile app on their mobile. So you can see the spike coming from few million hits per 5 minutes, going to 70 million hits per 5 minutes. And this is after the CDN. This is the real request for registration coming to our portal. So if you would have taken a normal system, then you would have already, either you would have thought this is my peak, maybe around 35 million, you would have spared, you would have provision capacity for handling that kind of load. But if you look at, maybe this brown graph is also important. So this is the number of containers, or maybe you can say micro VMs which are running. At the night time, it's only 20 VMs or containers which are running. During the daytime, it's 200. This is a different one, the May time one. During this time, we had like 2,000 containers. So anytime, daily basis, scaling from 1x to 10x, and when required, the event comes up, it can be 100 times as well. So how can you plan that infrastructure? If you plan for this, you are wasting lots of compute, burning lots of carbon, lots of emission for running those servers ideal. Can we leverage cloud? So this is where the cloud comes in, where the Arogya Setu team took these many components: virtual machines, networking, storage, security. There were SQL databases, NoSQL databases, containers, there was serverless technology. For scaling, there was a mechanism, there was a monitoring solution. Elasticsearch was used for analytics. There's a Hadoop-based big data processing, data warehouse, mobile app, API gateways, and integrations and business intelligence tools. Now you can relate it to any application stack. Most of the government application has these components. My question was, what do you think should be the team size? How many people were involved in managing this stack? So typically you need a team, right? And SMEs for each and every technology, then how you can work on it. Here, in this scenario, there were few developers, 3 to 4 developers who were developing the app, and there was absolutely one guy who was responsible for deploying this entire stack and managing it. So NIC team is managing the Arogya Setu platform, and they can validate, because all these are the managed services from the cloud. AWS has done that heavy lifting where we are ensuring the databases are patched, they are scaling up and down, they are continuously backed up, and all the security things are taken care of. So can we also envision eGramSwaraj application 2.0, where we are mostly focused on the application, what features needs to be developed, and let the cloud do that heavy lifting? And this is again, I'll give you another example. So Abhishek sir was talking about our Coven application. So Coven, if you look at the journey of Coven, it has a journey which is like 1000x scale. So when we started in January 2022, it was around 2 million per day. And when we scaled it up to, or in fact, it was in 21. So, so when we started, it was like 2 million hits at the API gateway per day, and it scaled to 2 billion on 17 September when we were kind of, celebrating the birthday of our Honorable Prime Minister. So we did 2.5 crore vaccinations in a single day. And I'm just trying to bring that parallel because any citizen-facing application can see these kind of events where you will come to know on a day's notice that tomorrow is the big event. All the panchayats are going to participate in this some event. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao event came in, and everyone, entire country was there to submit their photos, right? So similarly, if we do some national level projects, can we do it today? Probably we have to plan a lot in advance. In case of this Coven, we were told evening before that tomorrow we are going to have this large vaccination drive. And what we did was, we just asked our SMEs to be available on standby so that they can monitor proactively, and in case anything goes wrong, they can do it. No application level changes required, no manual configuration change was required. Everything is auto-scalable. You put in more load, more compute will be available automatically. The moment load goes down, it will automatically be released. So you are only paying for the exact amount of compute that's required. No manual intervention, and that was one of the major reasons why we were able to scale. We launched it. Day one, we were able to deliver that entire capability in 10 days of that entire booking thing. And providing that real-time insights, you can go to dashboard today as well. You can see that what is the count which is happening today. It's a real-time lag of just 2 seconds. So providing that kind of insights to citizens is what the benchmark this application has set. And one of the key reasons for the success is Abhishek sir's team was also very closely involved, the NEGD and DIC team. What they realized that 80% of the work that they are doing for DigiLocker was around managing this infrastructure, managing the Kubernetes cluster, managing the underlying object storage, and how can they manage the drive. So one decision they took that all these pain area, the citizen facing, which takes lots of load, can we offload these capabilities to cloud? And that's how we were able to help them to migrate some part of the applications, the citizen facing on cloud and AWS. And that really helped us in two ways. One is the development team was free to kind of focus on the application. They just released lots and lots of new features, lots of new integrations because the underlying infra was given. So, that really helped to kind of fast track the innovation with the DigiLocker team. Similarly, I thought I'll mention about CSC because that's another organization which is there at every grassroots, every village level. So there are CSC centers in every village. There are lakhs of CSC centers. They also wanted a similar kind of scale application and a platform which can help them to scale to every village in country. So lots of their e-governance services, mission critical, they run on the cloud, and we are supporting how they can, massive economies of scale, the kind of innovation we have, they can leverage that for their applications. So talk about the real-time monitoring. This is one glimpse of the COVID dashboard where we were monitoring not just the VCP on RAM, but the DB level performance, the container level performance. This is all given out of the box. So when you go to cloud, you can expect, I need to monitor one person, one administrator is just looking at this console. There's nothing to do manually. You need to check the configuration. You can define minimum and maximum limits. If something is hit in maximum limit, maybe you can modify so that you have more capacity to scale. One interesting graph is this one. I'm not sure it's visible, but it says that all these services are less than 2.5 seconds. And we are monitoring not the average response time, we are monitoring the maximum response time. So if every citizen is getting served in less than 2 seconds, and that too, there will be one API, rest are less than 1 second. That means we are able to serve our customers better. So I'll say that this is, again, a different way of monitoring. Let's not talk about, the average response time. Average response time is good. There are some APIs which will take less time, but the real detail goes in when you track the maximum response time. How much response, even if one citizen is impacted, that's going to impact our application. Similarly, we talked about another application, Portion Tracker. So lots of Anganwadi workers, there are workers, ASHA workers and field workers in village level. There's a huge concurrency when government tried to adopt this and drive this adoption of this service. Yeah, so Portion Tracker team, cloud really helped them to scale. So we have lots of learnings, and we would like to suggest and recommend that we can contribute how we have been contributing, working with lots of government departments, how they can leverage technology to build a next generation platform which is accessible and open to all. With that, I would like to thanks everyone for patiently listening to this talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. Yeah. Ma'am, please, I would like to invite you to end up the session. Provide your closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. Sri Vikas Tiwari had taken us through new applications which can be used in scale, which can be scaled up for monitoring, for real-time monitoring of implementation of various schemes across the country in all the 2.5 lakh panchayats. If you can, ensure that the fund movement follows a particular pattern, if implementation is happening as per the guidelines prescribed under the relevant scheme, if real-time information is available to the implementer as well as to the agency which is implementing the scheme, as well as to the agency which is monitoring how the scheme is implemented, that gives a lot of feedback as to how we need to sort of modify the implementation as well as the processes inbuilt into any scheme. We are now looking at eGramSwaraj, and Ministry of Panchayati Raj is working on improving the applications and the scalability of eGramSwaraj as they are proposing to roll out eGramSwaraj 2. From my Kerala experience, I would like to mention that in our state, we had been earlier having the standalone applications developed by our own in-house, IT team within the local self-government department. We have an agency called the Information Kerala Mission, which had developed a whole lot of applications for monitoring the implementation of various schemes through the local self-governments through the local self-government institutions. So we had, what is called the Sulekha software, which was looking at the implementation of the planned schemes that are implemented by the local self-governments. The IKM team had developed the Sankhya software, which was monitoring the accounting issues, the fund flow, the development of audit reports, how the audit reports are also uploaded onto the system, and how based on that the state audit department, the local fund audit department could actually look at the utilization of funds, the actual performance, and then submit their reports. We had the Sanchaya software, which was looking at the own source revenue, how the local bodies, both rural as well as urban, were generating their own funds for implementing various activities. Then we had other things like Sevana for certificates and other pension-related services, which the general public had to access or had to reach out to the local body. So suppose somebody wanted a birth certificate, somebody wanted the pension, the NSAP pension as well as the state government pension. So this was being monitored through the Sevana software. And then for building plan approvals, we have the Sanketam software in the rural local bodies and the IBPMS software in the urban local bodies. So of late, like 2 years back, last year in fact, the standalone softwares under, which were earlier developed by the Information Kerala Mission, were brought under one umbrella called the ILGMS, the Integrated Local Governance Management System. So this has been rolled out in all the 941 Gram Panchayats of the state and the block as well as the district panchayats. So now entire file movement of the local bodies of the village panchayats is done through this ILGMS software. The services part, the pensions as well as the certificate part is also done through the ILGMS software. There is a grievance redressal option also inbuilt into the ILGMS software. And the fund flow, as I was mentioning earlier, is through the Sankhya system, which would soon be integrated with ILGMS shortly. So this is where we wanted to, have little more sort of collaboration with the eGramSwaraj portal and the Audit Online portal of Government of India. So in our state, like, the fund flow, which is monitored through the Sanchaya software, and this Sanchaya software monitors just not the state plan schemes. It is also monitoring the Government of India funds also, the 15th Finance Commission grants also. And there are schemes where, there would be a convergence of funds from different sources. So we have the plan fund, we would have maybe the fund of any other department also, plus the 15th Finance Commission grant. So when you look at the expenditure and the utilization part, there would be a convergence of funds. So in the eGramSwaraj portal, the eGramSwaraj portal and the Audit Online portal, I believe, would only capture the 15th Finance Commission grant. So how should the APIs be, modified or technically made more robust so that our state software can speak directly with the eGramSwaraj portal and Audit Online portal? I was discussing with Mr. Nagar before this session, as well as with Mamta Verma ma'am also, about the mandatory requirement for release of 15th Finance Commission grant, as our state finance department has pointed out to us, that unless and until the T-2 provisional accounts are also uploaded online onto the eGramSwaraj portal, the release of 15th Finance Commission grant in 23-24 may not be possible. So as of now, as I understand from my team in Kerala, there is no correct provision for uploading the provisional accounts on eGramSwaraj portal. The actual final audited statement of accounts, yes, through Audit Online, we are able to upload online. But the provisional statement, is there any technical glitch? I would request the ministry and the ministry's technical team to have a look at that. So if, you know, the APIs can seamlessly link the states' softwares, different states would be having different softwares for monitoring. Karnataka would be having a different set of softwares, other states would be having a different set of softwares. So if the softwares can, you know, can be seamlessly linked, and if the APIs are, you know, technically more robust, perhaps it would be easier for us to monitor and supervise the implementation properly. Then another thing, the ministry has asked all the state governments to direct their panchayats, to direct the local governments to upload the details of People's Plan campaign on the People's Plan portal. So here again, from our experience, you know, Kerala has been running this People's Plan campaign for the last 25 years. So in 2022, we celebrated the silver jubilee of our decentralization exercise, where we have been transferring funds, functions, and functionaries to the local governments. So in our state, we have a process whereby in the state budget, the appendix 4 of the state budget shows the plan allocation to each and every local body of the state. All the 941, the Gram Panchayats, the 152 block panchayats, the district panchayats, and the all the municipalities and corporations. What each local body receives from the state government through the state plan fund, what each local government receives from some other source, say from some other department's funds, and also the 15th Finance Commission grant, if there is any World Bank project, any other externally aided project. All these details are there, are entered into the state budget, the appendix 4 of the budget, and it is presented in the state assembly. So this year, the state budget would be presented on February 3rd, that is this Friday. So we have sent a letter asking whether, you know, the timeline for updating the data in the People's Plan campaign can be extended till March 31st, so that the local bodies can correctly enter the figures instead of through an assumption exercise. You were mentioning in your speech that, you know, in your presentation that budgeting is an assumption exercise. But in the People's Plan portal, when the actual fund outlay is clearly mentioned, you know, if sufficient time is provided, the panchayats and the urban local bodies can be enabled to update the correct information onto the portal then and there. Then you have been, in your presentation, you have highlighted how, you know, Arogya Setu app, the CoWIN platform, and the other, the citizen-centric platform, etc., have leveraged the latest technology, the cloud technology, to have the, you know, the systems built on robust platforms, and how these systems have inbuilt monitoring and checking mechanisms, and how individuals, how the citizens can access these services without any technical glitch. So as eGramSwaraj is being modified, and as it is being strengthened to its next version, as Ministry of Panchayati Raj is, you know, improving upon the system to make it more robust, perhaps, you know, some of these technical issues can also be taken into consideration. The interoperability with other citizens, the convergence with planning, then also a suggestion as to whether ministry can involve technical teams from the states also in that, you know, fine-tuning, the final fine-tuning of the software, so that some of these technical glitches can be taken care of. So that would ensure that the state software can also be customized with the national software, and this would enable easier and smoother monitoring of fund flow, as well as implementation, as well as, you know, uploading of audit data. So I'm not taking more time. I also just wanted to mention that in our urban side also, we are rolling out, in our state, we are rolling out a new mobile application called K-Smart, which would bring all the services provided through the urban local bodies, as well as their plan schemes and 15th Finance Commission, fund flow, etc., into a single app, into a single mobile app, and this would be a cloud-based system. Our Information Kerala mission is working on it, So this would be rolled out in all our urban local bodies from the 1st of April. So on a pilot basis, it is being rolled out in 8 municipalities before the end of this month. So this is where we are. So yeah, one more point that I wanted to mention is the PFMS eGramSwaraj portal linkages. Sometimes our field teams, I believe that issue is there across different states. Sometimes there are technical issues when the PFMS software and the eGramSwaraj or Audit Online software do not speak, maybe because of overcrowding when hundreds of when 2.5 lakh panchayats log into the system at the same time. But maybe when eGramSwaraj 2.0 is rolled out, it would be on a stronger and more technically robust platform. So this issue also would be addressed by the department. So that is all what I have to say. If there are any other issues, I would definitely be in touch with the officials of the ministry. And I would also congratulate Mr. Vikas Tiwari for his enlightening presentation on how advanced technology can be leveraged for citizen-centric services. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Dr. Joseph to present a token of thanks to Mr. Tiwari. Madam. So now we move on to our next session. Role of data and analytics to create decision support system. The chair for this session will be Alok Prem Nagar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Please welcome the Joint Secretary with a round of applause. This session will have a couple of speakers. Shri Bhavesh Goswami, founder and CEO of CloudDAT. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Please. Our second speaker is Shri Rupendra Bhatnagar, Energy and Resource Industry Leader at Minfi. Please take a seat, sir. Shri Bhavesh is the founder and CEO of the CloudDAT, a cloud training and consulting company. He has been working in cloud computing space for over 10 years. He has personally trained over 500 people on various cloud technologies like AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google App Engine, and more. Bhavesh has earned his MS in Computer Science from University of South Florida and his bachelor's degree from Nirma University. We also have Shri Rupendra Bhatnagar. He is the Energy and Resources Industry Leader at Minfi. He has close to 30 years of experience in devising technological strategies, building IT roadmaps, cloud modernization, cloud migrations. Welcome both of you. Now I would like to request Shri Bhavesh to please make a presentation.
Hi everyone. Great to be here, some great presentations to follow up on. So it's okay, I like to be close to the audience, so I'll present from here. All right, so I just want to start by one visual, right? I think picture says 1,000 words. So I got this photo from Wikipedia. This is the National Public Library of India, the biggest library in India according to Wikipedia, right? And this has about 22 million books right now. And it's about 170, 180 years old. And so for last 180 years, they've been collecting books and they've been putting in the library. In fact, every few years, people do research and find new books that we did not know of from the library, right? Now, why I'm starting with this photograph is that the document that was provided to us before this session had some numbers, right? And if you look at these numbers, the Panchayat development plans, the yearbooks, the month books, and so forth, right? I mean, they are in 2.5 lakhs, 1.6 lakhs, this, that. So if you add all the data, and this is just the data in the document that provided to us, if you add all this data, it is very easy to see that the amount of data produced in just 1 or 2 years is equivalent to the biggest library we have in India. Just think about that for a second, that we have a huge challenge because the library which took 150 years to create and is supposed to be the largest, compared to that also we are creating more data. And like they say, data is the new oil, right? But like oil in the ground is not worth anything. You have to drill, you have to get it out, have refineries to refine it, and then it adds money, it gives you some mobility. Similarly, data needs to be crunched. So what can we do with the data, right? So I'm just giving some very basic ideas that one of the biggest thing we can do with the data is summarization. So imagine that India has about 10 lakh plus schools, government schools. I give you the pass rate of each and every school. By itself, the data would not have a lot of meaning. Maybe you might go to the school that you went to or your father went to or in your neighborhood, check the pass rates. But for decision maker, that data itself is not very useful. But if you can summarize that data, like somebody who is at the central level can see maybe a graph where you have the entire map of India and you can compare the states, you can see the top 10 states, maybe color code, green, yellow, red, right, depending on the performance. All of a sudden, that data of 10 lakh schools becomes very powerful to make decisions. Which are the top states, which states are lacking, is very clear to the guy. Then the person who is state level can drill down and summarize just his state to see which are the best districts and the worst districts, right? So summarization is a very powerful technique. Second is correlation. So correlation is something like, let's say, I'm sure when you all shop on your favorite website, whether it is, Flipkart or Amazon or Jabong or Myntra, if you buy something, they recommend people who bought this also bought this, right? With enough data, you can correlate stuff. That when this happens, along with that, usually this happens as well. And the last is causation. So causation is that most of the search engines, even though they know nothing about the local health and state governments, have a very good idea of where the diseases are spreading. They can tell you where malaria is spreading, where dengue is spreading. Why? Because where the areas where they have those kind of things, right? People search for it. That they search for how to home remedies for malaria, home remedies for dengue, and just based on those, they can predict that where it's happening, right? So some powerful use cases of data, and we need to have a single data lake for the single truth. So I think we have discussed in the previous sessions as well that we have a lot of disjoints data, right, of various things. If you can have single data lake, we call it data lake in the cloud world, I guess, that all your data is in a centralized single location from which we can find this kind of facts. And do we have any automatic systems, like action systems? So I have a case study that I'm going to present that we did for one of the ministries. And the idea was that we can action on the data very rapidly compared to wasting time in analyzing it. And do we have any interactive and visual things to derive information from? So, a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? Like I mentioned that if you have a table with each state and let's say their education, English competency or math competency, is useful. But if you have a graph of India where each state is color coded, you have top 10, bottom 10 in a really nice format, right? Then it becomes very powerful way to analyze the data. So I want to take a case study of one of the ministries we worked with. Unfortunately, because of our NDA, we can't name them. But let's say that ministry was responsible for auditing some of the infrastructure we have, whether that is roads, railways, bridges, and so forth, right? So as you know that this is directly is very important ministry because lots and lots of road accidents, railway accidents, bridges breaking down is all related to kind of, the infra not being properly actioned on. So what they were doing is that, let's say they have to analyze, they have to audit a bridge. So they were doing the audits. So if they audit a bridge, they would actually go ahead and conduct an inspection, safety inspection. So in the safety inspection, somebody will actually go look at the bridge, right, and analyze, take photographs and so forth. After that, they will create a written record and photographs. So they'll have a record and the record will have technical terms. For example, they will say there is an L1 crack or L2 crack or L3 crack, some technical words that have different meanings. So maybe L1 crack is just minor, can be fixed. L3 cracks means catastrophic, you need to fix it immediately, right? Now, but he's writing on a piece of paper and submitting his report. Now, this report goes to somebody and they analyze it and they input into the system. So, then they had a centralized system, but somebody is reading the report and making recommendation, right? So that takes a lot of time and is prone to human error because the guy reading might not have understood it carefully or misrepresented, or even worse, right? Like there's integrity issues as well. Maybe the guy who built the bridge might be friend of the guy entering data. So no matter how well the inspector is doing, he will lose the photographs, right? Kho gaye. Photograph kho gaye. Ya phir, even though it says it's L3 crack, the data entry guy might say L1 crack, right? And change the perspective of that. So integrity of data cannot also be ascertained. So this were, and no summarization, association, causality, this kind of thing. So as you can imagine, it's a very slow process. When the audit happened, usually what happened is it took them about 6 to 8 months to get that quarter's report. So for example, October, November, December quarter mein, all the inspections are done. The report of that comes to them in May or June or July because it takes so much time to manually do all the data aggregation. So they came to us and said, can you do a proof of concept for us, right? They gave us few million records and audit records and said, can you do a proof of concept? Can you show what you can do for us? So at the high level, we did an architecture for them where like I think the mantra of the day is mobile app. So we created a web app which can run on mobile and the inspector can just go, click the photographs of the bridge or railway or whatever they are auditing, and then and there those photos are uploaded into a centralized data lake over there. So basically a data lake, like I said, collects all your photographs, PDFs, databases, everything, all the data can be in a centralized location. So there is no need, no photograph kho gaye wala issue because then and there they're clicking the photo goes in the centralized database. From there, and then they write the report. The report also they don't need to submit. They can take a photo of the report, right? And from then and there, the report is uploaded to again the data lake. From the data lake, we run an AI engine to extract the text from the document. And on that text, we run our, again, AI model, which can extract out the key phrases. For example, the entire report might mention in 5 L1 cracks and 7 L2 cracks and 1 L3 crack, whatever that is written down in technical terms, it will extract all the information out, put in the system. So you don't have to have a human trying to interpret that, right? Automatically the model interprets that. Again, that goes in the database. So, and once everything is in our central data lake, we can do and run an entire ETL, extract, transform, load process, which can then give us a dashboard. So the dashboard looks something like this. We intentionally keep it a bit hazy because of privacy reasons, but you can see that it shows an area which is of the Delhi region in the top, right? And instead of scanning through lakhs and lakhs of record, somebody who's in charge of the Delhi region can just look at the graphs and see where the inspections were done. And the color of the dot shows you the kind of inspection. Whether it was a good inspection, means sahi hai, everything is fine. Yeah, there's a very big crack and very big flaw in the infrastructure. They need to really change it ASAP, right? So that can be color coded. And so they know that how their area is doing. They can further dig down. For example, they can zoom out and see the entire India. They can zoom in, see a particular district, particular bridge, particular road, whatever they want to see. And then they can see what kind of errors are represented in that area. So sabse bade issues kya hai, right? For example, road not being good, or there's cracks here, or this, that, whatever that we were trying to do, right? You can go ahead and see that entire thing in the infrastructure. You can get more details of that as well. So you can imagine to get something like this took them 6 to 7 months to 8 months. And because this entire process is automated, they can now get it within a day. So, December 31st, when all the reports are submitted, right, maybe on Jan 1st or Jan 2nd, when they come to office, they open the dashboard, and the entire dashboard is updated with all the reports that were done in the last quarter, right? And so this gives them really powerful insights on the data. I have some more graphs as well. I'm going to scroll through that. Another thing is dig down. So I have just a video of that you can dig down on a month. It gives you quarters, it gives you weeks. Weeks you dig down, it can give you days. and you can go all the way to hours in terms of what all things you have done, right? So it's interactive graph, not just static, and you can kind of dig down deep on that. And you can create a dashboard of things which are most important for you, so that the stakeholder can just come in, look at the entire dashboard, and then take key decisions on they want to do. There's also actionable charts. So when you select a chart, the result on that changes. So for example, if you select a particular city or geography, you can get top 10, bottom 10, biggest issues, things like that. And you can have filters as well. The filters can be based on a particular state, or it can be something which is static, like I just want last month, previous month, last quarter, or things like that, right? So as you can see, very, very powerful stuff. And so the key outcomes you are able to deliver as part of this, this is that we had a centralized data lake, like I was mentioned, and I think centralization is something we've been talking about a lot, that we have disjoint data. How can we gather the data in a centralized place and we can make it actionable? We can have secure, scalable, and end-to-end automated data pipeline. So once the data is submitted, we don't need manual interventions. Automatically, AI, ML, and ETL systems can go ahead and process the data and give you a really nice dashboard to work on. Understanding insights using AI, ML. So you don't need to parse every report manually. We can use AI, ML, and you can extract out the key phrases from a report, and we can action it out. Reactive to proactive. So another thing we did is that every time some fatal flaw was mentioned, automatically it cuts a ticket to the right department that this is a very fatal flaw, please action on it, right? So instead of waiting 6 months when the reports are passed and then the terms and the actions items are made out of it, and then 8-9 months there's something happened, now we can just go ahead and do that with the click of a button. So it's much faster compared to what we did before. We have a dashboard. And the most thing is that I think, as we're discussing, because we did this on cloud, we could start in a cost-efficient pay-per-use model, which means that I know a lot of you, when you start to do something, first of all, you need a CFO signing a budget. Itne crore ka hardware chahiye hoga, just because you have, so much data that anything you do on premises will require lots and lots of money just to buy the hardware. But this entire POC was done like in thousands of utilization at the back end, right? Not even lakhs. So we can do this kind of really powerful stuff in a pay-as-you-go model. POCs are easy to do. You can really generate very quick proof of concept before you commit to something and decide spending 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, 1 year in doing things like that, right? So I think that was a very powerful stuff that we can, instead of telling what we can do, we're able to quickly show them the power of the dashboards and what we can do for them in a very short period of time. Okay, so just for eGramSwaraj, what some of the ideas that we have, I think a lot of ideas has been discussed for that, but I think we should work for an AI-driven solution where AI can help us in figuring out all the disjoint data sets are there, how can we combine, how can we get meaningful insights from this great amount of data that we have for the public good. We can have quality checks, ensuring data matches any misfits, right? So part of it is people are inputting data. I think I've seen heard a lot of things saying data is not matching, this dashboard is not matching with the other one. We can have inbuilt checks where we can figure out where the issues are and try to fix them. Lots and lots of stuff we can do. We can do predictive analysis, regressions, machine learning algorithms, and so forth, and visualize this data in a very meaningful way. And I think one of the things mentioned was that there's a lot of ghost beneficiaries, right? It should be very straightforward to do an POC of that, where anybody who gets the money, we take a photograph, compare the face with something on the record in a Aadhaar card or something, create a match, and give a matching score, right? And if you average it out, like I said, individually maybe it's not really powerful, but let's say if you average it out, you can figure out the maybe किसी का, somebody has gotten fat or skinny or बाल नहीं रहे, बाल कम हो रहे मेरी तरह, so then you realize that it's not a match. But if you average this data out across states and across districts and so forth, you will find the districts which are most honest and the ones which are the least honest as part of this thing. And reduce manual effort like the automation that we had mentioned. Right, so like I said, I'm from CloudThat, and very happy to be here presenting on this. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goswami. Now I would request Sri Bhatnagar to please mention, give his presentation.
Where's the presentation?
You could lower the mic a bit, sir.
Yeah. I think there's been a lot of discussion around the analytics part right from the time when AWS gave their content as well as in the Cloud Hat. I will do some tempering around the messaging around analytics. And really this is, I think, the whole crux around what as a solution we should attempt when we look at analytic solution. The three things which are most critical when we are looking at any kind of a analytic solution. The first part is that we should look at all kind of information. Some of that was alluded by ma'am in your discussion, saying that today some data is existing in, let's say, eGramSwaraj, but there's a lot of data which is not existing there, right? And that's what I would point out over here is all information, all databases. Can I extract data from all databases? Right? But information is not just available in multiple applications, multiple databases. So much of information is available in multiple what we call as the warehouses, data warehouses. So that's multiple warehouses over here. And then you have, you know, Zilla Panchayats, the district panchayats, so many other divisions where data is available in Excel formats. It is not just available in, you know, applications. So how do we extract that data? And lastly, I think some of the things we don't talk of now at this point of time is there's so much of data which is available in mails. And how do we extract that data? So I think the first key message which I would like to share is that the application, the business analytic application, which we should be thinking of developing, should have all information and all validated information. So that's one part which I would just like to highlight over here. The second part is this whole area of collaboration, which means all people. And I'll talk a little bit about all people. When we talk of all people, what does it mean? But essentially saying that there are roles within Panchayati Raj. There are roles in the secretariat, at the minister's level, at secretariat level, at your state level. You can further go down into a district level and further at village level. So there are roles of people which are there. And how do we actually configure the entire analytic solution for the roles of people? And we'll talk a bit about that as well as we go down. And the third part which I would like to highlight over here is this whole area, which is a small part. Some talks have been made over here. This whole area of predictive, right? And today we are talking of predictive capabilities. How do we actually ensure the rigor of predictiveness in our analytic solution? And finally, how do we create what we call as a real-time platform, right? That's a real-time business intelligence platform. So largely these are the three constructs which we see are the fundamental building block for any analytic solution. We definitely had a talk around cloud, and of course the whole data lake was discussed. We call it the big data. And then of course mobile, which is access anywhere, right? So access of all the analytic solution should be, you know, through any device, whether it is web or desktop or a mobile, right? And therefore, you know, this brings me to the next point of roles which I was talking about. And this is largely what you can see is maybe how people are tracking data. And if you really see, data is the connective tissue for all the people, but how they consume data is something which is different, right? So at this level, you have to manage by metrics. Certain interesting thing is access and interpret data using business intelligence tools. And I'm just saying, maybe at district offices level, this is how you would like to use. Interpret data, interact with data. What are you doing to interact with data and therefore do analysis, which is the ad hoc analysis. And then you have the day-to-day reporting and the operations tracking. So that's how we should look at the structuring of the data and how we are consuming data at different levels. And that's the first structure we need to bring in as to how we want to use PRI data, which are across schemes. It is across schemes, across projects, across tasks of those multiple kinds of schemes, multiple types of projects, multiple types of tasks, multiple types of panchayats, village panchayats, multiple type of resources, and then you have so much of commitments going on. So how do we look at that connective tissue in this? And what you actually see is that today, what we are seeing is that there's rich visualization capabilities which are available. So dashboards can be virtually created at all levels, and that's the richness of the visualization which has fundamentally changed. Let's say if you look at 10 years back and today, and therefore your ability to monitor is becoming much more better. So what essentially we are saying is your performance management is something which has really how we measure performance. And if you're just looking at the fundamentals of performance, what do you actually do? You set targets. There are transactions which are happening, and all these transactions are happening, let's say, at this level, at over here, let's say at village level, at the village panchayat level. Let's say most of the transactions are happening over there. And when the transactions are happening against the target, there are variations. So how do we find the exceptions? So that becomes the fundamental building block of how we are managing the entire performance, and who in this entire organization is looking at these matrices, right? And this gives you a view of this. And this, I'm saying, is role-wise. So that's the role-based access of information and consumption of information. A lot of this data will not be residing in your own PRI systems. It could be outside, and that's where the services, what we call as data services, to extract and validate data from multiple systems also comes, but the representation is something like this. And this is just a simple example which I'm giving you. You all work on projects, right? How are you monitoring your projects, your plan versus actual? This is a very simple representation of that. As your projects are happening, on real time you are getting the monitoring of progress versus plan, percentage complete, estimated actual dates, work quantities, schedule variances. Those are the things which you can actually see on your dashboards on a real time or a near real time basis. Drill downs. This is a very important capability which any kind of a BA, business analytics solution, has to build in. What do I mean by that? Let's say if you are looking, the minister will have a dashboard. Now I need, as a solution, I need to have a capability of drilling from that matrices to a scheme level, multiple schemes. From those schemes, drill down into projects. From projects, drill down into respective village panchayats who are handling those. Drill down into expenditures. Drill down into actual purchases and the commitments. Right? Those are the capabilities which need to be built in, and those are the things which have changed over a period of time. And today, those things you can actually build as far as your analytic solutions are concerned. This is just an example, and these are some things which you have always been doing. Formatted reports, simple things which you have been doing. But the qualitative nature of the formatted reports have changed, which means even for simple reports at village level, I can extract data from heterogeneous sources and still provide it to the village panchayat or the sarpanch. So those are the formatted reports changes which can be brought in. You always do this, but how you do this, that changes definitely. And then you have high volume reporting, right? Because as you are getting into all the 29 subjects, you need high volume reporting, which is fundamentally different from what is happening today, right? And maybe that's something which you will need to relook at from your architecture perspective and your capability to report. This is just an example which I have just shown. Financial reports, for example, right? Financial reports across multiple schemes, financial reports across purchases, financial reports across performance of your projects. But these are simple standard formatted reports over here. And what you can actually do, and these are just some examples which I have cited. There are grants across multiple schemes, right? And some of the things which was just shared. Executive summaries. So you start with the executive summary at a scheme and a project level. Then you start drilling down. Summarization of actual and commitments, right? Which are at budgets. You can have summarization at budget levels, at expenditure levels, at scheme level, at project level, resource level, and task level. And then you further drill down into actuals and commitments. Commitments are nothing but all your purchases which you are doing, right? So what are my commitments for the project? So you would be interested in seeing that information, right? Now you can actually have a look at that near real-time information depending on how we architect or how well architected the whole system is. But thing is that these are not new things which are doing. Organizations are doing it day in and day out even today. Maybe in the commercial sector, I know a lot of public sector units are doing this kind of work, very large public sector units. So for example, if you say, let's say NTPC, will they know what are their commitments and purchases over large projects? Absolutely. They have the real-time information sitting here in, let's say, Noida in Sector 24. They have all that information. That kind of an architecture can be just a learning from what they're doing into what can be adopted in, let's say, PRI. Drilling into invoices, scheme information, profiles of, your Panchayati Raj profiles. So essentially what we are saying is, this is just an example of grants intelligence. You have grants which are given and schemes are monitored, and details of that can be seen as reports, analytics, dashboards, and so on and so forth. This is another interesting thing which again, if you look back maybe 5 years or even 10 years back, not too much of emphasis on ad hoc queries, right? And these are roles which are coming up. And as you keep on building your organization, what you need to be sensitive is that new roles are coming up as you are building such kind of solutions. One of the role which is going to come up is that of what we call, at least in the commercial side of the organizations, the analytic, the business analyst, right? That kind of a role needs to be created. Who can do an ad hoc analysis? As leaders of organization, you will have all these ad hoc queries coming up, which you will not be able to do, but you will ask somebody to do that role. So that role needs to be created. And I'll just give an example of what kind of ad hoc queries and interactive reporting is there. And that's another thing, it is interactive. You ask a question and then seek that answer from the IT tool, the business intelligence tool. That is what we are trying to say, interactive. So it's an interactive tool. Now, so this is just an example. What kind of questions you will have, right? Is the project health improving in my business? That's the question, right? You need the IT tool to give that information, right? What is the value of project at risk? These are the questions which leaders will have. They will not know details. Now, this is the answer which the IT tool has to throw up, and the role of the person which is the analyst, they have to give this answer, right? So that's what type of projects are slipping. It's a general query, ad hoc query, right? You will have this today, the answer will be different. 1 month later, the answer will be different, right? How long does it take to complete certain type of projects? So these are ad hoc questions which, and likewise on the right-hand side, what are budget allocations for portfolio projects? What are current utilization of these individual heads of accounts, right? Integration is so critical to answer this question. Individual heads of accounts. Individual head of accounts are lying at a treasury level in different places. And so you need to have integration with your heads of accounts across treasuries, getting into your panchayat level, and then seeking answers to that. Which of the schemes are over budgets? Schemes are over budgets, right? You're not able to consume monies. And therefore you need those kind of information. And these are the ad hoc queries. And therefore there are tools which are built for such purposes. What are future commitments, right? So these are the, and commitments are what? Commitments are actually purchases, right? Because that's ultimately a government's commitment. I'm purchasing something, what are my commitments, right? And this is the real-time information then you can start getting. The main message I am giving here is that it is not something which is new. In large public sector organizations, this is their day-to-day business. If you take ONGC, IOCL, NTPC, all these organizations are doing such kind of analysis, right? We just need to go across and then find out, what they are doing and how they're doing. Another interesting thing, as I said, as new roles will get evolved, people are very comfortable in Microsoft kind of application. I do this ad hoc query, get all this data in my BI tool, and then I need to pump all that information in Excel. Can I do that? These are some simple activities, but people who are very strong in Excel, they would want to look at Microsoft, have built those capabilities, get all that data in, and then do analysis, right? And there's so many rich capabilities which are there. And I'm not saying these are all integrated capabilities. So we are not saying that these are standalone. These are all integrated capabilities which today are built in, right? Analysis into PowerPoint presentations, right? Lot of presentations, which it's a productivity tool, right? So many presentations you would be giving, and therefore how do you just quickly devolve all that information which is there in your databases, in your Excel sheets, in your BI tools, pump it into your embedded presentations and show that. GIS integration, I think GIS integration is something which I understand that you are already doing. But I just have one point over here on GIS integration. Today, GIS has become the fundamental landing page for everyone. And this I can say from, one of the industries which I lead is the energy industry, the electricity industry. So in the electricity side, today smart metering implementations are happening, right? So what do? All real-time smart meters which are actually getting implemented in the field, all that information comes real-time onto the GIS page, right? And that's an important feature which is there. All my asset, whether it is a transformer or whether it's a pole or whatever asset which a utility has, all that asset is today seen on GIS. And therefore, let's say look at Haryana. Today, the importance of GIS is so that today Haryana has in their organization just one person who is responsible for bringing GIS in entire Haryana. And that's Haryana's initiative for the importance of GIS. So understanding your assets, having real-time information on assets, understanding what all assets are available at each village panchayat level, and as you go up the hierarchy, I think these are some things which are key to do, and I understand you are also doing in that fashion. Data Explorer. So there are two things over here I talked about. One I talked about was a BI tool. The other is a Data Explorer. And this Data Explorer is basically the fundamental building block of your entire organization, which means at one place I should have data across, whether it is PRI application or whether it is any other application, I should have that data available as per the role in a Data Explorer. And then I can do the chunks and analysis and so on and so forth. But essentially we should have in one single place data across PRI. And so I'm saying right from scheme level to village level to project level to task level to resources to your projects to your commitments to purchases, all data should be residing today in the Data Explorer, right? And that's one big change which I think which should be brought in, which will be fundamental to changing how the organization can do analytics. And this is that capability which will actually ensure that real-timeness of data and analysis can be brought in. So this is one, again, as I'm saying, it is not something which is new. I'm talking, people have done it at global scale. So there are commercial organizations who manage their day-to-day business using this. So an organization which is present, let's say in 50 countries or 60 countries, they will use this kind of a data explorer to manage their day-to-day. Just imagine, I'm just giving you a little counter example. Forecasting or pipeline. Most of these large organizations, whether it is AWS or whosoever, I mean these kind of, they want to understand at the highest level how much business we are going to do in this month. Because they report to, let's say, Wall Street. They need to have a track of that. Every single opportunity is actually in their application and therefore in this data explorer. And that's how the roll-up starts happening. And then you can slice and dice and do all those things. Which is the same thing in your case as well. It's no difference. You are doing at project level, you are doing at village level, you are doing at scheme level, various slicing and dicing. But essentially we are saying that data is the connective tissue for you. And that data needs to come in. There are, of course, issues over here. It's not a simple project. It's a complex project, right? But it's something which is definitely an end state goal which you should be having. I talked a little bit about this, which is embedded in presentations. Just last couple of slides, dashboard solutions. I think dashboard is something which should be provided to all users at all levels, right? That's the big change you should be bringing in. Right at the village panchayat level to the ministers. It's just that dashboard will change. But dashboard has to be available to all users at all and across multiple KPIs. Right? So that's something which is there. So tactical dashboards, division dashboards, and then strategic dashboards, and so on and so forth. Mobile we did talk about. So yes, that's there. And lastly, this is my last slide. Just for you to think how you look at different kind of roles and data, right? So this is just, and I'll just go through what kind of analytics you can have, right? At the far end, if you see, this is reporting. It's a simple reporting, right? There's a management reporting, and that's where the responsiveness and interactive experiences. There's not too much of interactive experience. And at the extreme end, we have data exploration. Huge amount of interactive exploration, as well as the requirement is at management level as well as analyst level. Right? So you see how, depending on the kind of application and the reporting, how the interactive experience changes. And in between, of course, you have the advanced analytics and the interactive analytics, dashboard and visualizations, and so on and so forth. Right? So this gives you just a framework of how you should look at data and how management requirements will be different, how analyst requirement will be different. And you have a lot of tools which are available for doing such kind of, providing such kind of capabilities to PRI organization. So that's where I will stop my presentation, and if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. We've had two outstanding presentations. It's given us a lot of food for thought, but there's food of another kind that is also about due now. So we had another session lined up before we went into the lunch break. Are the presenters are they prepared to make their presentation just after lunch? Because that way we could bring the lunch forward and have it at this time, maybe assemble 15 minutes earlier than the designated time, and then expand a little towards the end of the day. So there were 3 presentations lined up. Are those gentlemen here?
Shri Vikas Goyal.
Yeah.
Shri Ankush Sabharwal.
So is that okay, or you'd like to present right now? And the, okay. And the others, it's okay? It's okay. So we are Panchayat Raj, we take participative decisions. Is everybody okay with that? We move in for lunch and finish quickly and come back and see through these presentations. Fine. So we will do that right away. Thank you for some great presentations. They've given us ideas, some of which are already, in an inchoate form. We are trying to come to grips with the situation, but there were certain ideas that are implemented right away. I'm sure the teams here are taking note of that. सिर्फ उतना ही काफ़ी नहीं है. जो सब लोग स्टेट से आए हैं, तो अब ये आपका काम है कि how do you adapt these issues to what you expect of eGramSwaraj. हम लोग पहले भी बात करते रहे हैं वो reports on the fly that if you could specify the rows and columns and get them in the forms that you want. हमारे साथ सर एक ये भी challenge होता है. We are dealing with state Panchayat Raj acts. All of them are different, so it's not one central act that is going out to all these, and a lot of them have very distinct reporting requirements. The forms and all that are prescribed at the end of that. So we would like if the state-wise requirements are somehow concatenated and extractable by the state teams, so that it can be of utility to them and not for us. There was something important that the AS said this morning, that rather than putting Ministry of Panchayati Raj and your departments actually at the center of all planning, आपने ये नहीं देखना है कि मेरे को जो चाहिए वो मुझे मिल रहा है कि नहीं. आपने पहले ये देखना है कि जो पंचायत को चाहिए वो उसको मिल रहा है कि नहीं. So it is now your job to, if you need clarity on what has been said here, we have the lunch and the tea break where you could engage more intensely with the resource persons, but all of them are good ideas. It almost broke my heart to tell you people to, finish on time and all that. All the ideas were very good, so I hope you're taking note of this, and that is how we can make this worth our while. Thank you. Are we ready for lunch, Lo?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So the lunch is served to your left, and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. So please, in the interest of time, everyone, please reconvene by 2 o'clock. Thank you. industry session for today. Please note all the speakers will be given 10 minutes each. There will be a 2 minutes counter before the end of each speaker session. I request all the ministry officials and delegates as well as speakers to please take the front row. Yes. Again, each speaker will be given 10 minutes. In the interest of time, please stick to the timelines. So our session 3 will be on resolving operational issues and strengthening citizen connect through chatbots, IVRS and other engagement tools. This is going to be an interesting session which will deal with chatbots and AI ML technologies. Our industry leaders for this session will be Shri Vikas Goyal, Senior Director, Government Business Knowlarity. I would request Mr. Goyal to please come up on the dais. Mr. Vikas Goyal. Please, sir. Please give him a round of applause. Yeah. Okay. We also have Shri Ankush Sabharwal, CEO of CoreOver. I request Mr. Sabharwal to please come up on the dais. I would also like to welcome Shri Aditya Sudhindranath, partner at Deloitte, to come up on the dais. Please give him a round of applause. The chair for this session will be Srimati Subha Kalyan, Director, Department of Panchayati Raj, Karnataka. We need another chair.
This is not Deloitte. Mine is different. Haven't they given Gupshup?
Can we please have the presentation for Mr. Vikas Goyal's?
That's right. And this is, I will not take much time there. Good to start? Your name, please. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Vikas Goyal, and I am accompanied by my colleagues Kunal and Karan over here. I represent a company, Gupshup, who have acquired Knowlarity. So let's not confuse between the names. I know it's a very difficult session. You know, post lunch, almost everybody has his stomach full and very lazy. So I'll try and make it a little interesting and short and brief as much as possible. We will cover our presentation in two formats. One is why chatbots and engagement platforms are so necessary for government. And other part is how and what we can have tools to engage with the government. So with that, I want to start that I represent Gupshup, and Gupshup is Make in India company. As you know, it's a Hindi name, but the meaning in English is conversation. So we excel in conversational platform. We excel in creating bots for that. And so we all know that government of India, have actually come out with very interesting and very path-breaking digital initiatives, Aadhaar, BBNL, BHIM, ONDC, etc. But all of this would not have been possible without a mobile phone on your hand. The key thing is that all of these things have come post-mobile tele-density have increased beyond 60, 70, 80% in this country. And since I belong to telecom industry prior joining to Gupshup, so that's how I can talk about this particular fact. And government is also trying to outreach to citizens. Now, what are the various means with which government is trying to outreach? One of the way and mean is, put up an ad in newspaper. The other is put up an ad in TV. The third is send an A2P SMS, which is application to peer SMS. But this is one-way communication. Whereas when citizen wants to reach to the government, his point of contact is either visiting that government office or calling up through an IVRS. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to connect the dots between both of them, and we are trying to make a seamless conversation using a bot where government can also outreach to the citizen and citizen can enrich the government using the same bot at a fraction of a cost and far more easier, scalable, and quick turnaround time. As I told you, most of the communication is one way, and this is the challenge. Government is not able to figure out what kind of platform. I wouldn't say it's not been able to figure out, but I think it's in process of discovery in terms of what kind of platforms do they use, which communicates across platforms, across communication channel, and provide one solution, one-stop solution to them in terms of communicating. I may be communicating over voice, over SMS, or by physical visit, but is there something which can collate the information, give to government, and communicate back to the citizen in terms of their requirements? This is a very, very important slide. I wanted to draw your attention. You know, we are close to about 1.35 billion people in this country. We have about 1.1 billion mobile phones. Technically, anybody who's above his, or anybody who's entered in his teenage and till the age he lives, everybody holds a mobile phone. We know that out of 1.1 billion mobile phones, we have about 950 million unique users. Very interesting and very important part. Out of 950 million users, 750 million people are using mobile broadband. Now compare this to just about 2 million broadband users using desktop and laptops. So you know where to reach out to your citizen to. And technically it covers almost 70% of the electoral college of the country. And if we take an average family size of about 5, we are saying everybody in each family has, there are 2 of them who are using a mobile broadband. Out of that 750 million mobile broadband, there are 700 million WhatsApp user only. So there's one single platform which helps you to connect to citizen, that's WhatsApp. But question is that when you create WhatsApp groups and WhatsApp this thing, communication, you're not able to automate that. So we are here to solve that challenge. And this is where we bring in that expertise to the country and to the government. The whole idea is that, today, till yesterday, citizens were reaching out to the government by way of visiting, calling up, by way of using somebody in between. I know for the fact that many places, the deputy commissioners of the district hold a darbar for citizens to come and talk about their problems. But there's a limitation of physical visit. Similarly, people do call up call centers and they wait for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, navigating the IVRS and then able to speak to the call center agent. But all these challenges can be now removed with the advent of new technology. Currently, we are one of the largest bot studio provider in the world. We are pushing anything between 8 billion to 10 billion conversations a month across world. And within this country, some of the largest marquee brands, retail e-commerce companies, including government of Madhya Pradesh, the DISCOM of Madhya Pradesh, they are using our bots to dispense the information. For example, I was showing to somebody that MP DISCOM is sending all their bills to their citizen using the WhatsApp bot only. And within that conversation, they're sending the link, a UPI link to make the payment. So now you can imagine that instead of sending a WhatsApp bill over an email or a post, somebody can send the bill over WhatsApp using a bot, obviously, and also a payment link, and then the complete journey is done. So at this point in time, I have explained why part, but I would like my colleague Kunal to come and show how and what. He's going to show you some product demos as well. Over to you, Kunal.
Hi, everyone. So it's good that we had lunch earlier because I got a chance to speak with a lot of people and understand their mindset about what do they think about automations and how these automations can help ease in operation with respect to any of the interaction where end user is wanting something from Gram Panchayat or any other government department. So how it is happening right now is there are mobile apps which like Vikas already told about, that it has a very limited amount of usage today, because like if we go back to the previous slide where we were saying that 700 odd million people who have a mobile phone today, what do they do on mobiles right now? So they are either chatting with their family members on WhatsApp, or they are watching some videos on YouTube, right? Apart from that, very hardly like about 20 million people are there in the country who are using Amazon or Zomato as an application to kind of order or do any e-commerce activity on top of these devices. Rest everyone is some or the other way using internet for chatting with people on WhatsApp and consuming the content on applications like YouTube. So idea we are trying to pitch over here is we have to be where our customers are, right? Or the customer over here for Government of India is a citizen. So the idea is that how do we create automated interactions which could solve day-to-day life problems of consumers while they are sitting at their home, and that's what we are trying to bring in. So when we talk about chatbots, so chatbot is basically automating any operation which is happening in offline world. It could be about inquiring for a specific event which is supposed to happen, or it could be any kind of transaction which has to happen. So right now the consumer has to physically go to a government department to do that particular activity, but what we are saying, will eradicate the physical movement. Everything will be available on the phone, and then there will be a WhatsApp number for each and every Gram Panchayat, and that will be available to everyone's WhatsApp number, and they can go and talk to this chatbot and get their queries resolved. Whether it is about मेरी कॉलोनी में रोड कब बनेगा to I want a birth certificate or that certificate for a family member, or however the situation is, everything can be taken care of on the chatbot. For that we have a state-of-the-art bot studio, we call it, wherein whatever is the operation we are trying to automate is available over there, and you can go and create all these chatbots. And then is also our campaign manager. Basically there will be a lot of notifications. Let's say there is a polio drive happening in a specific government school in a Gram Panchayat. How do you communicate that to all the citizens of that particular village? So there could be an automated campaign which could be triggered, that polio vaccine will be available from 10 PM to 6 PM on this particular government school. Everyone has to come and get it done. So those kind of important notifications and everything can be sent on WhatsApp, SMS, or any other platform via this campaign manager. So that is also been built by us. Third is the voice AI, because we know that everyone is not able to type, right? Whether it is their native language or English. So but everyone speaks the language, right? So they can just send a voice message. You would have seen earlier today, we had seen that demo where we were asking that how much, what will be my daily earning, and the chatbot replied by voice. That is also like the voice AI which we have created. We try to understand the intent of the user, how emergency situation it is. So there are a lot of banks who are using this voice AI facility today. You can go and block your debit card from WhatsApp today in case of SDFC Bank. So let's say if I lost my wallet right now, and I just chat with this bot that I lost my wallet, the chatbot will understand what is the consumer want, because his wallet would have a debit card. So the chatbot will reply, would you like me to block your debit cards? So that's the intent, because the consumer didn't say that I need to block my credit card or debit card. He said I lost my wallet. But by that the AI understands what is the next step which is needed to happen. So those kinds of things are also powered by our bot studio, and it is both chat and voice. And then we also have an agent assist. We don't say that every chatbot will be able to cover 100% of the queries. There could be a lot of things which a bot might not understand. In that case, there will be no reply. But we handle that situation in a way, let's say the government of India is having a KPO and BPO services where all these calls go through via IVR. Instead of getting that particular citizen on call, because it's going to be one-to-one. I can speak to someone on phone, only one person at one time. But when it comes to chat, I can talk to 5 people right away on my WhatsApp and answer all their queries. So that's the kind of, at least it's a 5x more query addressing can happen over the agent assist system, and we enable that. So I'll just quickly cover in 1 minute. And then we have, this is our bot studio, wherein we are showing that how do you create a bot flow. The screen quality is not that great because it's a very big screen, so that's why we couldn't show it well. But you can design a flow. If customer says hi, what you should reply back. If he says that I want to report a specific incident or a complaint, then what action should happen. So it's like complete drag and drop. You don't need to be a software engineer to design a chatbot. So that level of versatility our platform brings in. Then is our campaign manager, which I showed you. So this is an example of an e-commerce company where they are trying to create a shoe campaign on top of our platform. Similarly, government will have various different type of campaigns, various different vaccination drives, certification drives, any kind of messages need to be sent that can be taken over from here. And then is automated calling experiences. If the particular consumer is requesting a call back, so that can also be handled from here. So we are not just a chatbot company, at the same time we cover the voice as well. And then is completely omni-channel. आज WhatsApp है 70 करोड़ लोगों के फ़ोन में, कल कोई और application होगी. Our product supports that. So if we want to enable this particular chatbot in any future coming mobile application which is going to lead like WhatsApp, our platform will be ready. So it's complete omni-channel. So let's say if there is a particular state which does not use WhatsApp, but they use some other application, the same chatbot can be deployed on that application itself. So this kind of sums up what do we do in terms of our product. And we are integrated with various different systems to kind of ensure that the data is flowing through right mediums, and all the government systems are updated timely. So that way our automation and integration is very well versed. We have somewhere around integration with 550 plus applications who are serving various different ways to consumers from SaaS perspective. So yeah, about Gupshup, pretty much Vikas covered a lot of things. So we are right now India's biggest SMS company. We have a market share of about 75%. So all the OTPs and debit credit details of your banking related conversations you are receiving on SMS. If you're receiving 10 messages, 7.5 are coming from Gupshup. So we are the largest SMS service provider in the country, and we are world's biggest WhatsApp service provider. So we have gone live with various different companies for various different interactions they do, and that's what we do. It's our bread and butter, and we now want to help government to automate a lot of these operations and ensure that all timely delivery of every query is being given, and we have like the complete digitized country where no one has to wait in line for every small bit of it. So that's what we are trying to do. So I actually also have one small demo, if I can show by any chance. Just 2 more minutes. बस हो रहा है स्कैनिंग कर जाएगा भाई नहीं होगा कैमरा स्कैन क्यूआर कोड व्हाट्सएप खोलो वापस
हाँ हो गया बस ठीक है जाओ आप हो जाएगा
बाकी चैट में दिखा
So since we didn't had a facility to kind of display the phone over here, so we are using web.whatsapp. So I'll just show you what we have done for CM of MP. CM?
MPCM.
So yeah, so you can see that we have created a chatbot for Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, wherein any consumer can file a complaint to CM with respect to any issue via this chatbot. And today there is a very big problem. You can go to any government department and file a complaint, but if you want to even take an update, you'll have to go stand in line for 1 hour and get that particular update of your ticket. But that complaint update also can be taken from here. And at the same time, there is a login service for Adhikari who can go and see what are the complaints which are coming from citizens for various different reasons. Everything is on WhatsApp, and right now we have automated somewhere around 70% of complaints which are there in MP with respect to citizens, and everything is being very transparently shared to the Chief Minister with the help of this chatbot which is enabled by us. This particular chatbot is available in Hindi and English, and at the same time we have a capacity to kind of take care of 22 odd very recognized languages of the country. So it is not mandatory for anyone to know even Hindi or English. Then also they will be able to use Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, Marathi, Punjabi. All these languages are available. So we have given the utmost comfort to the citizen that he'll be able to get his problem resolved. And here is the live example we wanted to show you. So even I can kind of reply to this chatbot wherein I want to, let's say, file a complaint. So it says type 2, and if I reply type 2, then it will give me an option that I can type whatever complaint I have. So I don't have any complaint. I can't show you this as a demo because this is a production environment. It will create a concern in the main system, but this is how we have automated the whole process of complaint management, and citizen grievance management is now taken care of via WhatsApp. So that's what we intend to do for Gram Panchayat as well, and we'll be happy to cover all the 29 reasons which are very important to Gram Panchayat, and we'll be happy to automate all of them. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal and his team for these insights. Our next speaker is Mr. Hira Tiwari, Vice President, Business Development for CoreOver.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, thanks for this privilege. I'll quickly walk you through the presentation, what we do, how we do, and then probably if any queries, of course, I would like to take that as well. So yeah, so we do a lot of different modes of chatbot. Again, we are into conversational AI space, and we do voice bot, chatbot, and yes, our unique offering is video bot, right? Wherein we create a metaverse version, a digital twin of a live person, right? Wherein there's a personalized feeling which you get, right? When you talk to someone in a video format, right? We create a digital avatar of that person, and the citizen can actually interact with that digital avatar. I'll move on. Okay. Is this backward? Or go back? This one? Okay, thanks. Okay, yeah, so we all understand that, I mean, when we talk about human beings, right, there's no, most of the time, there's no uniformity when you speak, right, when you call a call center, right. It is, first of all, it is available at a specific time, and then what happens that some person says something else and the other person says something else. So, of course, there I'm sure we all would acknowledge that AI/ML has been playing a pivotal role, where you get to have uniform information, and without a challenge of specific time slot, right? You get it 24/7, right? And with company like us, of course, you can select the channel, you can select the language of your choice, and of course, you can select the time. So there's no foundation that it has to be between 10 to 7. Of course, we all have been citizens and have been asking for some detail or the other, and we have faced problem. And again, that happens because of, I mean, if we have any queries, we wait for long hours, and then it's not guaranteed that we will get the resolution, right? But then, of course, I really would like to appreciate the efforts which have been taken by the current government towards the digitization. And we all, as a citizen, would actually feel that how the things are getting improved day by day, right? And conversational AI is one of the technology which is playing a great role over here. So yeah, again, and it's very important when I talk about conversational AI, it is extremely important to have correct data, right? So we have close to 1 billion plus users, right? And any system, AI system, is as good as the amount of data it has. So by virtue of that amount of data, we are able to train our models better and then get a better result. Yes, so what we propose here is that for the all the Gram Panchayats, Jila or Gram Panchayats, of course, we would like to create a digital twin of the minister himself, right? So that it gives a personalized feel, right? And then him answering the queries directly to the citizens, right? And not just answering the queries, of course, if they have anything, any grievances, right? They can also fill those grievances, through voice. Of course, and of course, at the same time, getting the information, then we can also recommend them the services, which would be, my friend mentioned that you just mentioned one thing and the system automatically understands and tell you that what is the next step, what can be next steps, he gives you the options, right? So similarly, the recommendations can be given. Yeah, again, this is kind of just a repetition, so I'll just rush it through, right? So by the amount of users you have, you will have better and rather more data, which helps you to train the bot in a robust manner to get a great result. And of course, currently we have close to 1 billion plus users, and we are envisaging to have 2 billion plus, maybe before even 2025. So that will help us to make our system ready. This is a little on a technology side, so I'll make it really quick. So the technologies which we leverage is artificial intelligence, machine learning, NLP, AR, VR, augmented and virtual reality, and RPA as and when required, not always. And then of course we are agnostic to the channels, the platforms, right from chatbot to voice bot to video bot to any social media channel you can think of. We can integrate with those. Of course, we also have offerings wherein you can actually search for something, as we usually as a citizen, what we do for anything and everything, we go to Google and search, right, for the results. And the result which you get, along with that, you can have the chat button itself. So right when you're searching, you can actually get to interact and ask your queries as well. So the chatbot can open directly there. And of course, multilingual, as I said, like, so we cater in totally like 112 plus languages that include 12 plus vernacular languages of India. This is an example of a voice bot which we did for a video bot rather, which we did for Skill India some time back. So here you can simply ask queries, whatever queries you have. So you can very well see, like it feels like you're speaking to someone, right? Now, everybody knows like Teams, Zoom, etc. has become a new normal for us to communicate with with our colleagues or anyone, right, for that matter. So, and then we can feel that personalization thing, right? Similarly, we can have this digital twin from where you can ask the queries, and it is also available in form of chat. So the person who wants to just click, just want to type, just want to say, whichever way they like and whichever language they like to use, they can do that. Of course, these are some of the organizations which have adopted chatbot across different verticals, and it's been across all the channels, right? Right from insurance domain to IRCTC, Indian Railways, utility companies like Indraprastha Gas Limited, and enterprises, private enterprises like Hero Motocorp, etc., Max Life, and all that. Some of the quick case studies which will actually give you an idea of what changes does conversational AI have been able to make in these companies. So currently, as we speak, we are live on IRCTC. I'm not sure how many of you have used or seen Ask Disha on IRCTC. So anyone have used Ask Disha, right? Great. So how had been your experience, ma'am? How misleading, ma'am?
Like I was trying to search for certain trains.
Giving
me some 2, 3 and then alternative vehicle trains.
Yes.
Diverting me from the main topic.
So you're not getting from your source and destination, you're not getting that train options?
Suggesting alternative vehicles of commuting.
Okay. So yeah, so currently what we have, of course, that was something which everything has scope of improvement. We'll certainly go back and see. But then yes, if everyone have phone in their hand, they can straight away try this out. So as when you book a ticket or you go to a ticket counter, what do you say? Okay, you probably, for example, you book a ticket from Delhi to Mumbai for tomorrow or day after tomorrow, right? You can say that and the system understands that, give you the option accordingly, right? So, of course, I may agree with you, but of course, everyone has the phone, they can see it. But then AI system cannot give you 100% accuracy. I'm not saying it just to counter that, but then of course. No, not really. Not really. So in that case, you don't get any option. No trains available, you get that option. Okay. But then, yeah, of course, I can personally handle that and address that with you, right? So, of course, with them, we have like 2 million monthly traction currently, 700,000 daily passengers using 70% increase in their CSAT. And this is the data which has not done by us, by IRCTC only. And then that has also resulted in reduction of the queries by 70%. And the positive feedback had been 90%. So if you had been from one of those 10%, I'm extremely sorry about that, but we can address it, Sam, and take it as a feedback. Thank you. So yeah, I'll move to the next slide. So the earlier version of this was Ask Disha, wherein it was primarily handling the queries only. But now with the new one, with the Ask Disha 2.0, you can actually do end-to-end transaction, right? So you can book a ticket and then you can also make the payment, apart from checking your booking history, cancelling, and doing everything on all that, right? And so within a small window, probably within 7 to 8 seconds, you can book a ticket and get that ticket within that small window, small chatbot. Yeah, again, this is another example of Indraprastha Gas Limited and a utility company. Some of us might be using their services. So with them, we have actually reached close to 82% of excellent feedback. Yes, NPCI is also one of our customers, National Payment Corporation of India. We work pretty closely with them. In fact, we have also done a omni-channel chatbot for RBI as well through NPCI, which is DigiSati. I'm not sure if you guys have used, but it's omni-channel, which is available in IVR, in WhatsApp, in chatbot, in Facebook Messenger as well. Again, private enterprises, Mahindra Car and Bike. So yeah, apart from giving this citizen-facing solutions, of course, we also provide actionable insight to the government or any other clients of ours, right? Wherein they can see that what kind of questions are asked more, so that they can work upon that and address those issues. So yeah, this is also an example of a chatbot, in fact, a video bot which we placed in a town in Japan, which helps the citizens out there to find out the nearby restaurants and also the time they are open, and then they can also book a table, something like that. And then this is an example of voice and video bot, wherein it gives you the 360-degree view of the store, and you can hover around a product, gives you the specification of that product, and from there you can also buy that product too. This is for a banking use case. Yeah, this is something which, again, we did for e-commerce. So yeah, I mean, the idea is to improve the top and bottom line, personalized user experience, and availability 24/7 in users' choice of medium and language. These are some of the certifications, right from ISO to CMMI level 5, and other necessary information like PII data, etc. We do encrypt that, which is of utmost importance, because we all understand now that data is a precious thing to have and to use, and it should be used with the utmost care. Some of our achievements, and yes, we also got commended by just CEO of Microsoft, Mr. Satya Nadella himself, and also by Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. Yeah, with that, I close this presentation. However, yes, there are a couple of demos which I would like to show to you. Okay, I think my friend saying that we are short of time, so I guess I have to wind up for now. But thank you so much once again. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. Now I would like to invite Shri Aditya Sudhindranath, partner at Deloitte, for his session, please.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a session after lunch, and I think someone is saying here, I think hopefully you got that nap break when they were presenting, and you can be more active now, right? But jokes apart, my name is Aditya. I'm a partner with Deloitte, and I would like to thank, first of all, the Ministry of Panchayati Raj to give me this opportunity to come and present here, on this important topic on how do we really optimize the, eGramSwaraj application, right? Today, e-governance is a very critical initiative, right? And there are a lot of e-governance initiatives undertaken by the Government of India, and a lot of different applications have come into play, right? And more specifically, if you look at it in terms of the e-Panchayat applications, right, it's going to really transform the way PRIs actually operate, their transparency, the efficiencies, right, and their modernity, right? And today, we all know that from the previous sessions that we had, conversational AI and chatbots absolutely is going to make a difference for us in terms of connecting to the citizens, right? But actually, what I'm going to speak about today is, one side is the tech. You can build an application, but how do you really make it a two-way communication? How do you actually make it useful for the citizens? Because today, the Ministry of Panchayati Raj is speaking to state and local governments, but then that's about 2.5 lakh, 2.6 lakh panchayats, right? But then there are millions of users below that, right? How do you actually reach out to them, and how do you strengthen that citizen connect? That is what is going to be most important, right? So the key thing is, why do we need to strengthen Citizen Connect? As we, I think, heard in the morning from Mr. Chandrasekhar that, today the citizen is changing, right? It's very young, very tech savvy. They want everything at their fingertips, right? They want empowerment and they want differentiation, right? So can we get the application to their fingertips, right? And kind of really transform the digital divide that is there currently between the urban and the rural population, because I feel that that's diminishing, right? And the younger population are kind of taking over here, right? And the expectation of most of the platforms these days needs to be very synonymous to their cultural as well as regional ethnicity. That's very important, because otherwise today we have so many states, we have different languages, we have different, different barriers that we have to come across. So how do you actually customize this new application that we will propel, right, to reach out to these citizens? Because end of the day, it's not the 2.5 lakh panchayats, but it's the millions of people that we have to connect with on a regular basis, right? Now, we have seen governments around the world actually do the same thing, maybe not exactly in the panchayat system which is existing in India, but a lot of governments are using building applications and then building AI layers on top of it to connect to the citizens, right? Now, this is just some of the few examples, and something that I would like to highlight is what the United Kingdom is actually doing, right? So central ministries are building platforms very similar to eGramSwaraj and equivalent, right, like a CoWIN application, and then they are giving the customizations to respective states to then further reach out to their regions. Right? Obviously, United Kingdom is a smaller example, but then they have put in everything possible there. So let's say if a citizen wants to access in a village, wants the COVID vaccination, or maybe wants, let's say a job card, as we heard in the morning, the example that Minister Abhishek Singh was saying, right? Or anything else that they can access it through these bots, right? And that is the connect you need to bring, because that's where two-way communications kind of flow, and that's what I think we were hearing in the beginning as well. Once the two-way communication starts to flow, right, your applications will be more empowered, and you can actually monetize these applications, right? And that's what we try to do in pilot in the Haryana government, in the Karnal districts under the guidance of the Haryana Chief Minister, where during the period where all of us know it's stubble burning period, which happens typically in December, Jan, right, or November rather, sorry. So that's when, we really built this conversational bot on a CRM platform for them to actually, order machines, right, to make sure that they can actually book a machine to cut the crop and actually sell it to someone else in a marketplace, right? So that's the last mile connectivity that we'll need to bring in this application as well. Right, so that's what I want to kind of focus on, and many governments are doing this. Australia are doing this actually for farmers, where centrally, in Canberra they're building applications, but then, around Australia, which is a fairly large continent on its own, right, they're reaching out to farmers in remote areas through these bots, right? Some of them are even satellite enabled. Now, bringing this context to our e-governance platform, right? So, and that's why I want to bring your attention in terms of how do you really transform our eGramSwaraj engagement model through chatbots and really make the 2.0 optimized, right? So, want to bring you 4 different contexts here. One is make it a 24/7 citizen helpline, right? So today, we have heard a lot of use cases through the day in terms of, can we ask questions? Yes, we can ask questions. We saw a live demo by Mr. Abhishek Singh, right? But can we get different panchayat profiles on it, right? Whether it's the government to government connect, but what I'm calling is as government to government to citizen. So it's a G to G to C connect, right? So different things on Manrega. If someone wants to know some particular details on it, so how do they actually do that? So it's a 24/7 availability which they can ping the new system that we will evolve with, right, on different technologies. The next thing is it can become a helpline for reporting, right? Today, a lot of people are skeptical in terms of reporting because it may or may not be anonymous, right? So can we make it anonymous? Can we empower our youth? Can we empower our citizens down in the rural areas to actually come out and say something's not working at the Gram Panchayat level? That's going to be very important, right? So these kind of accessories will really, really help. So the first theme is make it a 24/7 citizen helpline, right? The second thing is, don't call it government to government, but I think it's G to C communication, right? Because today, chatbots, as we saw all the demos here, right, doesn't have to be just for someone pinging and asking a question. It can also be outbound, right? So today you have an emergency, you know that there is a weather warning that you want to give a particular rural district, right? You can actually communicate using bots, right? Absolutely. You'll even know, you can get the GIS locations of the Sarpanch, communicate one-on-one information, and also connect. What we did at Haryana was different based on the locations of each of the farmers, they will automatically be diverted to their Sarpanch, right? Because they know that, okay, the proximity of this person to the Sarpanch is maybe, 5 kilometers, so they'll automatically, the bot will divert the calls there, right? So it's very important to transform the chatbot, not just from a two-way communication, but from a government to citizen communication, because that's going to be really, really important, right? Additional use cases could be, things like healthcare, civic engagement, very important, because today, earlier in the day, JS and AS spoke about street lights, civil works happening, GIS photographs being uploaded. But how do you communicate this back to the citizen? How do we know that the grams are actually going and conducting this like an outbound message to their citizens, right? That's very important. So you can communicate this, directly through a G2G2C, right? The next one is managing workflows. I feel this is very, very important, because today if someone wants to talk about something wrong that's happening, misuse of funds, or maybe budget has not been allocated accurately, right? You can use the hyper-automation platform of the bots to automatically direct any issue that has been raised that will go to the respective department within the government, right? It could lie outside of Ministry of Panchayati Raj, right? But then you can actually divert that through or hyper-automated workflows, which is very important, right? And end of the day, what it does, it gives you a transparency, right? It gives you a transparency across departments, who's required to action a particular task, right? What's not happening at a district level, at a block level, at a gram level, right? It gives you an end-to-end view of that. And the last thing is information exchange. Today, we may or may not have a knowledge repository on the current application, right? So how do you build a knowledge repository where today, let's say a farmer has done a particular thing using certain pesticides, right? Can you actually percolate that to other regions within the state to say that, this is what you got to do, and this is how your crop will actually, be alive and give you better monetary benefits, right? So it's going to be used as a channel of communication for updates, fostering this culture, right? And it's going to really transform the way your eGramSwaraj 2.0 application will be portrayed to the citizens, right? So it's a new refreshed outlook. We spoke about chatbots, but then this is how you will kind of really elevate it with these kind of use cases, right? And the other thing that you need to really focus on is that's the way, those are the use cases, but these are the principles that you'll definitely need to use if you, eventually end up using a chatbot, right? You need to focus on 4 principles. You need to have a great experience. When I say experience, it needs to be personalized, because today, maybe the way an urban population drives a chatbot is not going to be the same way a rural population will drive a chatbot, right? Absolutely, everyone might be educated, but it's going to be very personalized. So you have to be very seamless in that communication. It has to be human-centric. You can't just use a standard flow, which you will use step by step from rural to urban. That will not work, because they will not appreciate that, right? So how do you change it? How do you actually connect with the citizen and change that? As someone said in the morning, that you need to think from the shoes of the farmers and the sarpanches, for example, to actually change it, right? So that's what human-centered design would be. Personalization we spoke about, but I think what will be key is, can we use these bots to get a 360-degree view, right? A lot of media companies are doing that today in the fight of OTTs, saying that there may be a movie X on platform, but there won't be another movie there. So someone is pinging there, they actually grab all that, and they build a 360-degree view. So we can potentially use chatbots for that. So we can understand what people are asking for and which we don't have in our eGramSwaraj platform. We can use it as a source of even learning, right? What's happening on ground. And technology coverage. We heard from AWS, we heard from many of the platform companies today. I think when we select the technology coverage, I think one of the key principles will need to be in terms of is, how are you going to seamlessly integrate it across governments, right? How are you going to seamlessly be able to build on top of these chatbots? It's not a one-time use, right? It's not like, you fill it, shut it and forget it, but you keep updating it, because every 6 months, the need of the citizen in every area changes. So how can you actually keep changing that? And the capability of the tech platforms that you'll use, right? Very important, because chatbots, I feel, was of the past, now what we call it as conversational bots, right? So how can you actually continue the discussion when a person, let's say a sarpanch is having with the bot to understand the budget allocation, and then he comes back after 2 days, right? You shouldn't start the conversation maybe from scratch, right? You need to start continuing the conversation from where you left off. That's what people around the globe are doing, and I think we spoke about this. How do you leverage and maybe integrate new age bots like ChatGPT, right? So with this, I would like to just conclude by saying that, if having a conversational AI bot layer really on top of the new refreshed eGramSwaraj platform will be extremely useful to strengthen the connect, not just with the 2.5 lakh panchayats, but the millions of users below that. And that's the way, if we view it as a G2G2C, it's going to be a grand success in terms of the way this platform will be portrayed across India. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aditya, for sticking to the timeline. Now I would request the Chair, Srimati Subha Kalyan, Director, PRD Department, Karnataka, to please sum up the session briefly.
Good afternoon, one all present here. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Ministry of Panchayat Raj for giving us this opportunity to represent the state of Karnataka. So we had an excellent presentation regarding the sunrise technology, artificial intelligence and machine learning. So from what we understand, artificial intelligence is nothing but simulation of the human intelligence in machines. They are programmed to think like humans and mimic their actions. As we all are aware, in our everyday life, we have come across AI, maybe in banking, retail, commerce, and nowadays in government also. So the governments across the globe, they have this common challenge of reaching out to the mass and ensuring that there is a uniform delivery of services to all its citizens and engaging its citizens. So this is the challenge that we have ahead of us. And as we understand, educating citizens on the public programs and its benefits, if it is worked upon in a more personalized, interactive, and engaging way, it can lead us to a more informed group of citizens. So as we understand that the messaging apps, they have overtaken the social networking apps, and so this helps us with regard to the seamless integration with the already existing systems that we have in the states. So as an oxymoron, the term customer service is an oxymoron because we go through the endless calls and the maze through call centers. With the advances in AI and ML, the government agencies, they can handle the citizen inquiries accurately and automatically, and it will also help us in cost reduction as well as freeing up the employees to focus on the issues that truly require human interaction. So chatbot, video bot is a service which is powered by AI. As we understand it, the service ranges from a wide range of things from fun to functional. So instead of browsing through a website, so it gives us a mirroring experience as if we visit the shop. So as government, our requirement is the citizen should have the experience of visiting a Gram Panchayat and asking what is the information, what are the latest government schemes available, what are the benefits that I can get from them, and also regarding the services present. So if that kind of mirroring experience can be provided by AI, it would be, really a boon for all of us. And also, I would just like to conclude that there are like two different kind of chatbots from what I understood. So one is more like a FAQ chatbot, which might sometimes be confusing, and the other is a smart one which is programmed and it gets smarter day by day based on the information that it gathers through the citizens. So we are expecting a chatbot or a video bot which is more smarter, and it gets smarter day by day, just like a child learns every day from the day of birth. So that kind of smart chatbot or video bot is the need of the hour. And in Karnataka, I think we have the application called Panchatantra, which is almost a decade old now. And I personally feel, being from the IT industry to the government, our Panchatantra system has matured enough to adapt to the AI technologies. So we were actually looking for AI technologies for a citizen service portal called Bapuji Seva Kendra. So this particular session will be really helpful for the state of Karnataka until our NIC team develops something for us. So as it's a sunrise technology and also it is in a very nascent stage, so the cost also needs to be worked out in such a way since we are in the experimenting mode as of now. And also regarding the regional language that was already covered, so there are also regional dialects which needs to be adopted. For example, in Karnataka you have Tulu, so etc. So also that needs to be taken care of. And so at last, I would just like to conclude by saying that the day is not far where we'll have a metaverse of our additional secretary and joint secretary attending as digital avatars of a Gram Sabha which is happening in a far-off place in Tumkur in Karnataka. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request the chair to please present the token of thanks to our industry experts. Ma'am, firstly, we'll give it to Shri Vikas Goyal and his team.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Shri Hira Tiwari.
Yes, sir.
We also have Shri Aditya Sudhendranath. Thank you to all the industry experts. Thank you, ma'am, for chairing the session. So we'll move ahead with our next session, which is the best practice for a robust fraud prevention and risk management ecosystem. This is going to be an interesting session. The industry speaker for this session shall be Shri Ajay Singh, partner Deloitte. I would request Shri Ajay Singh to please come up on the dais. So this is just one. Mr. Ajay has over 24 years of experience. He has worked with Central Bureau of Investigation and established audit trail of transactions and helped in recreating total financial picture of both corporate and individuals under scrutiny. He specializes in investigating cases pertaining to financial irregularities, including large banking frauds. The chair for this session will be Shri Arun Kumar Mishra, Deputy Secretary, MOPR. Over to you, sir.
Running the demo and all. Demo एक है. Should we run this? ये लगाना है. But then I'll have to. Okay. I'll have to run it. So, yeah. Good afternoon. I think it's a, heavy sessions after the lunch, right? So, thank you for the, Ministry of Panchayati Raj to provide this opportunity, right? So we have been, involved in doing a lot of things, both on the proactive side and also on the reactive side, right? Where most of the time we are called for investigating the matter, which is more of a post-mortem kind of exercise. But, it is very important the way the government is spending money and whether the money is reaching to the right stakeholders. If you see even the Transparency International, which makes the perception index for relating to integrity, right? So the India ranks after 80, right, out of the 180 countries. So it is very important for any country, which is a developed economy, from developing economy to move to the developed economy, how to bring in, more of perception kind of things, right? So it is very, very important. If you see, even, I will try to make it more kind of example oriented. If you see, even in the World War II, right? So there was an example of survivor bias, right?
when the apprehension was that a lot of bombers were being shot down, right? So then the analyst of the navies, so they started analyzing, where the bombers are getting hit more. So they found out that, on the plane's wings and body, they were getting hit more. And so they were going to rectify whether how these things can be improved so that, they don't lose their bombers, right, in the Second World War. So interesting thing came out, but they consulted one statistician, who was based in US, who flew from, Austria to US. So they found out that the entire analysis which was done, that most of the bullets which were hitting either on the wings and body, so he suggested all these things which you are going to make is wrong because of certain regions, because they didn't realize that the planes which are not coming back, right, the bombers which are not coming back, so they said, he said that, because you are only analyzing the data which is coming back to you, but not the data, the planes which you lost, right, the bombers which you lost. So he suggested then he took the data and found out that actually the targets of bullets and all which were happening in cockpits, engines and part of the tails, they were actually not coming back, right? So the data is also like that. If you put in garbage in, then obviously the garbage out will come out. So it is also applying your, kind of things, right? And if in today's scenario, which, if you see a lot of things, the way these frauds are happening, a lot of money, a lot of agencies give different kind of numbers. Few people quote that you lose out 4 trillion kind of dollars every year due to these kind of corruption and all those bribery issues, right? So I think if you see, even in the, consider a business classic case, right? So good to great, which, profiled successful companies only, right? So all these people, they get allured by the successful case studies. Not that the similar kind of companies, maybe hundreds of companies which might have failed by using, best of the tools, technology and other stuff. So it is also important to analyze from your failure rather than from all your successes, right? So I think it is very, very important to do the pattern recognition and anomaly detection, right? Which is very, very key with the kind of data which we have for different schemes. And we have done a lot of things, for different governments. Very interesting case. For one of the state governments, we were requested to help in their, forensic review. So there were underground pipelines which were laid, right? So when we were asked, so they had some apprehension that whether these pipelines are as per their, scope of work and purchase orders and other things. Very interesting thing. What we did, we took the data from satellite images and we tried to take the data from their financial data we took, right? When we analyzed and we mapped those data, right, we found out that there were many places where the pipelines were not laid at all. There were payments which had happened to the multiple vendors. So there was payment which happened to the unauthorized vendors. And so, when we did different kinds of technologies which use GPR technology, ground penetration radar techniques and other techniques which we use, and some kind of physical verifications also you need to do on the sample basis. So we found out that there was a lot of anomaly and more than, 100 crores of fund was, diverted, and we were able to prove. And the government was also able to recover money from the vendors. And these vendors were also blacklisted. So intent from the government is very clear to bring more transparency into the system. But despite that, if you see all these schemes, be it, different, even the DBT scheme which is there through Manrega. So I was hearing from someone that, the people, even the people who get the payments on a daily basis, so So many a times what happens is that these people get money maybe more than, though it is a DBT transfer, but they get money, so they have worked for 5 days, but they may get money for 10 days. And the 5 days of money is, you know, disbursed between different hands, right, for getting those kinds of, similarly in housing scams and others. If you see a lot of, you know, different kind of things, like if we were just going through the media things, right, so 15 officers booked in housing scam. This was again relating to one of the schemes of, this government scheme only, where for housing, these ex-employees, they created all kind of, profiles and other things, and there was an election which was to be held. So the two stakeholders here, one is elected, one is selected, like the Panchayati Raj secretary and others, and the other was the, the state government officials. So they created profiles and created all the kind of things, right? So uploading from image to the house and everything, and they diverted the funds. Similarly, if you see, different cases where these kind of, things keep on happening day in and day out. So it is very important, right? So the way the structure is that, and the people who, do these kind of frauds, so they start planning those things from initial stages, ab initio, right? So from profiling to allocation of, when action plan is created, all those things, they will bring in those kind of things. Very interesting thing. So I was investigating in one of the, Commonwealth Games scam. So there was an approval for $1.18 billion, right? So, or $1 million. So the people smartly did it for 1.81 instead of 1.8. And the rest of the money, obviously is siphoned off. So they do it very smartly, and later on they get caught also. They will say that it was a, typo error. So these things are very, very important when we are doing, with the help of fraud analytics. It is very important to see those things on a proactive basis, right? So what we can predict with a lot of things, right? So in Deloitte, we have multiple tools where we are helping corporates and the governments also in detecting it early, right? That is the advantage. Otherwise, in a sense that later stage also you can do those things, but it is more on the proactive side, which we will be discussing, right? If you see the different multiple kind of schemes which you see, right? There may be a collusion between the, different vendors, and there may be claiming of excess expenditure, claiming inflated invoices from vendors, claiming mischarge, and all those kind of things. So some of the interesting stuff like geotagging of same assets at the multiple locations, right? So the same asset, maybe 800 meters of a road has been, created, but they may take, payment for 1 kilometer by just geotagging the same asset. Sometimes even the assets don't get created also at times, and these people, though there is a, maker-checker kind of arrangement with these two bodies, but despite that, when the connivance happens, these things are, in a sense that people make misuse of these things, and then they fraudulently take out additional money, right? Similarly, when issues coming to relating to the usage of, single IP from multiple panchayats, right? From the same machine, you would find out that there are multiple, claims which are happening, right? Similarly, for the qualitative aspects also, whatever, like I was mentioning about the underground pipelines, so say the width of the pipe should be, say, 25 mm thick, but it was only 10 mm thick, right? So qualitative aspects also come into the picture. So it is very, very important, in a sense that these things to be detected at the early stage. And now with coming of the technology, right, and we can use, some kind of satellite images or drone-based technology to take the image and then subsequently do the analytics test on that, by using AI, we can easily detect those kind of frauds early on. All the kind of issues which come across, like ghost employees may be there, ghost vendors may be there may be a situation of a conflict of interest, there may be a price variation. Many a times we see that split purchases happen because the power of a certain officer is, say, 10 lakhs of rupees. So then the split purchases happen. So all the amounts will be close to 9,90,000, right? So as a Deloitte, we have multiple tools on the fraud analytics depending on the requirement and the need of the clients. This is for India and globally also. A lot of things on the proactive sides we do, right? So even for the Boston Marathon, there was a bomb blast. So we helped FBI in doing all the kind of, because there was several terabyte of a data, right? So what to do with those data? So we did run our tools to identify the data, right? The useful data, and handed over to FBI, by which the case was cracked, right? The people were apprehended. Similarly, we have various tools, like on the proactive side, like proactive burglary tool, which is used extensively in developed countries like Netherlands, Denmark, where we are able to identify in advance, the prediction is 95% correct, where the next burglary is going to take place, right? So now going to some of the cases like, what I was discussing, ghost vendors, conflict, there are different kind of scenarios, right? So this is a Guard AI tool, which is in-house tool for behavioral analysis for these fraud analytics. So these tools are extensively used for different clients, and I would request, Neha, my colleague, who is a director with us, who focuses a lot on these corporate and government clients, to run through this, and also, run a demo also quickly, just for the, interest of everyone, how can use these tools and technology to, check the, means obviously the funds are end funds are being used in the rightful manner. So I will now request Neha to take it over.
Thanks, Ajay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Neha Bajpayee. I'm working as a director with Forensic and Dispute Services of Deloitte, India. And in this session, I'll primarily be focusing on the analytics technique and how it is useful in identifying the hidden patterns of the data, and how the use of AI, ML, and analytics techniques can strengthen the fraud risk management for any process. And for today's demo, I would precisely be focusing on procurement, because that's one of the process which I think which is familiar to everyone, and everyone knows what are the major fraudulent indications that comes out of the procurement process. So here I'll be primarily talking about one of our in-house tools, which is Guard.ai. What it does, it just leverages a combination of supervised and unsupervised learning and detects the behavior out of the data. And let's say if any transactional data, it comprises the transactions related to 100 vendors, and there's a difference of behavior for 10 vendors, and the rest 90 vendors are behaving in a similar way. What it will do, it will highlight those 10 vendors and also give you the reasons as to why those 10 vendors are highlighted as anomalies, and then the management can further review and take the remediation actions. And our tool also recommends the solutions for correcting the indications of fraudulent possibilities. So here I'll just take an example. Let's say if there are 100 vendors using a combination of text analytics, automations, NLP, and behavioral analytics techniques. Let's say if one vendor is showing a significant increase in the unit price of any one particular material. Also for the same vendor, the purchase orders are being splitted into multiple orders just to avoid the certain kind of approvals in the system. And then the amounts of those POs are deliberately being kept below a certain level, just so that the approvals or the additional review can be bypassed for that particular PO. And if those kinds of vendors are not maintained in a standard way in the vendor master, or the critical details like the PAN number, bank account number, or the address of those vendors are not maintained in a structured way, all these sorts of analytics results can be combined into a form of risk scoring model, and then the vendors can be allocated a low, medium or high risk vendors, and the management can pick the high risk vendors and then they can do the further review. This was just to give you a glimpse of how our solutions are identifying the anomalies of the data. This is just a slide which needs to be understood in a conceptual way as to how we develop our entire analytics model to detect the anomalies. We first identify the business risk. We, with our detailed expertise of any one particular process, we develop a business process risk mapping. Then we develop the fraud typologies. For example, if vendor master needs to be evaluated, then what are the 3 things which needs to be evaluated in the vendor master? Is your evaluation process correct? Is your data governance correct pertaining to the vendor master? Are you capturing all the extended details for your vendors? For example, if your vendor is supplying 10 other suppliers to you for certain kinds of services, are they giving you the appropriate details? So these kind of high level issues are recorded, and then a detailed hypothesis is developed to detect the anomalies. So this is just an indicative example of how we start with determining the high level frauds, then we design the typologies, and then we design the detailed hypothesis for that goes into our analytics model. Now, without taking too much time into the slides, I would just like to straight away jump into the demo. And this is just an example of a supplier forensic module that we developed for one of our client, and that gives you a glimpse of end-to-end analytics methods that we cover in our module. So here, if we talk about procurement, we definitely first start with the scenario-based analytics. For example, we all know that whichever vendor through which we are procuring something needs to be there in the vendor master. We all know that there should be no duplicacy in the invoices. We all know that first purchase requisition will be raised, then it will go to PO, then it will go to certain kind of approval, then GRN, then invoice. So if any of the steps are not being followed, then all these can be covered as a part of the scenario-based test. And the tests which are highlighted in the screen, these are just illustrative. We can customize it to any level of detailing, and we can cover all the scenarios that can help us identify any sort of non-compliance or the possibilities of frauds. But there are certain cases which cannot be caught by such defined rules, right? There may be some vendors, or there may be some, I will not say employee, but there may be some variables in the system who are so smart that they know how to bypass the systems, right? And they will try to do the fraud, or they will try to do the non-compliance behavior in a way that cannot be caught so easily. So in those cases comes the use of AI and the ML techniques, and which we generally call as unsupervised learning. There we don't have the test defined. What we do, we use the different machine learning algorithms, and then we study the general behavior of the data, and whichever transactions or whichever vendors or whichever users or employees are behaving different from, let's say, 80 to 85% of the crowd of the data that are tagged as the anomalies. Now I'll just take 5-10 minutes to walk you through the demo of the solution, so that you will be able to relate well as to what I am saying. Now first we'll just go to the scenario based analytics just to help you understand. So here these are the different general rules that we have developed, and what we do basis the results of these tests, we also give a scoring to our vendors or scoring to our transactions. And we don't just limit ourselves to the transactions or the vendors. There are different markets, there are different organizations, or there are business units, or there are different types of purchasing that is happening. So we also do those risk scoring at all levels. For example, here if we'll just talk about one non-compliance where the vendor invoice is happening before the PO approval, right? So what we have done, we have also made the buckets of the different amounts. There may be some vendors or the employees who are doing the fraud at a very high level, let's say of 50 lakhs or 1 crore, but there may be some vendors who are doing these frauds in smaller chunks of the transactions, right, and which can get accumulated to a larger fraud. So just to analyze that behavior, we have done that bucketization of the different transactions, and then we can see how the vendors or the employees are behaving. Now, if anyone wants to go into the details of any one particular non-compliant behavior, let's say we want to analyze who are the vendors or who are the users who are doing that, we can go to the drill down view. Now here you can see the different shades of the transactions. The green ones are the low risk transactions. They are compliant in nature. They don't have any possibility of frauds or any misleading behavior. The shade of yellow, they are the medium risk. They may be just, the users may be just needing the additional training or guidance so that they can, get compliant with the system. While the red ones are the high risk vendors. And how we give this risk scoring is the number of transactions which are being associated with those vendors along with the impact in terms of the dollar value which that particular vendor is bringing. So if we have to go into the detail of any one particular vendor, we can click on that vendor and we'll get to see which region that vendor is belonging, on what date, what are the sort of transactions that are being done with those vendors, is there any certain kind of anomaly, are there certain transactions which are happening during the period end. So we can get to know all such kind of details. So here you are seeing that vendor, all the green invoices, they are the invoices which are which have passed our anomaly test, but the invoice which has been highlighted by red, that is one of the high risk invoice associated with that kind of vendor. Now here, this is just to give you a glimpse of scenario based analytics. Now there are certain models or rules that we design specifically for our client. For example, it is very common to see kickbacks in the system or to observe certain kind of vendors which are selling the products at a way higher price, and there were other vendors available in the system at a lower price, but still someone went ahead and bought any material at a higher price. Now that also we detect using our solution. Again, the color themes depict the same thing. If we have to select any one particular high risk product or vendor or invoice, we can select any red dot, and then we'll get to see which were the other vendors which were available. For example, a product was available for 100 rupees, still someone went ahead and bought 10 similar product for 500. So that is the difference which this dashboard will help you understand, and it will also quantify the impact of such kind of purchase. Yeah, so that is the table which is depicting the impact. And likewise, we can identify all such vendors, all such users, or all such markets which are showing these kind of behaviors. Now I talked about the unsupervised learning. Just another 2 minutes to help you understand. I'm not sure how many of you would have heard of a law which is Benford law, but just to help you understand in layman terms, Benford law is a mathematical formula which just helps us to understand that if any kind of transactional data is there in front of you, whether it is following a natural course or not. So if we are not trying to forge any data or we are not trying to do any kind of manual intervention with the data, it will follow a specific pattern which is depicted by this graph. It will follow a specific pattern. But if any data has been disturbed by any kind of manual intervention, those numbers will not follow the Benford law. Now I'll just quickly go into an example as to help you understand how this kind of law helps us. So here all the peaks which are depicted by blue, these are the numbers which are not following the Benford law. They are exceeding the limit of the Benford law. For example, all the numbers starting with 18 are not following the Benford law. We can click on it just to see which are the transactions. So here we see that all the numbers starting with 181, 182 which are depicted by green, they are following the Benford law, but the ones which are starting with 180 again depicted by blue, this is not following the Benford law. We can again go into the details of that just to see which are the transactions or which are the users who are entering that kind of transaction. Again, we'll see 18 is the number which is highest, which is showing the highest impact in terms of non-compliance, and we can see all such transactions are coming from air travel company paid. So the module which we developed for this particular client, we were actually doing a forensic investigation for procurement, but it ended up in an additional investigation of the employee T&E expense as well. because it showed that there is a lot of manual intervention in the employee travel and entertainment expense. So this is just to give you an example of how we start with process analytics. We leverage our combination of supervised and unsupervised learning, and then we end up with the transactional analytics. So that was a brief of our solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay and Ms. Neha. Now I would request the chair of the session, Shri Arun Kumar Mishra, to please sum up the session.
Here the speaker has made a very wonderful presentation, and he has given such a wonderful depiction of the data to analyze the scams and frauds that nothing has left over to speak more. However, as we know, the speaker, Shri Ajay Singh ji, has a working experience of 24 years in the government organization, enforcement agencies as well. And he has also a specialization in investigation cases pertaining to financial irregularities or banking frauds, etc., or disclosing the banking frauds. Speakers has illustrated key issues and addressed various risks like unauthorized funds transaction and expenditure conflicts, banks and bills related issues, wrongly geotagged assets, etc. Speaker has provided detailed insight how to technology can help in overcoming these risks and frauds. The speaker has explained using the technology how to it leverage to bring the transparency and early frauds, tracking the early frauds, etc. I thank the speaker for his for such a wonderful presentation and bringing the technology to the grassroots levels, as we all know that ultimately these technologies will definitely help the villages and villagers in the Gram Panchayats. Definitely the whole presentation is very enlightening and each one enlightening to each one sitting here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request the Deputy Secretary to please present the vote of thanks to our speakers. Sir. Sir, what? Thank you, sir. So we move ahead with our next session, which is on digital payments ecosystem and the future possibilities in India for the digital payment infrastructure. The chair for this session is Srimati Mamta Verma, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Yeah. For this session, we have Shri Vivek Loshev, Vice President, PhonePe. I would request Shri Vivek Loshev to please come up on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause. We also have Shri Dharmendra Jham from Paytm. I request Shri Jham to please come up on the stage. Thank you, sir. I would request Shri Vivek Loshep to please make a brief presentation.
Sure. Hello. Hi. Good evening to everyone. I am Vivek Lochab. I represent PhonePe company. As you would understand, one of the UPI apps some of you may be using. Quickly, the session would be, for me, will be more like a payments one-on-one, helping you understand what payments mean, how the ecosystem is evolving, and the future possibilities. To set the context, let me just quickly go to the basics of what payments are, right? If you see on the horizontal as well as the vertical axis we are talking about, there are three types of entities: person, business, and government. So there are payments of all kinds. Person to person, you make payments. That's like sending money to a friend or family. Then person to business, you would be paying online merchants to Swiggy or Zomato, companies like that, or you would be paying to a Kirana store or a panwala outside. So that's like business, right? So person to merchant payment. Then person to government, it's like taxes that you pay. Similarly, then merchant to customer. Merchant to customer is more like, take an example of salaries. Merchant to merchant, that's like retailer to distributor payment. Merchant to government, again taxes. Similarly, government to person, government to merchant, and government to government. So this is like 3x3 axis of what different kind of payments are, right? And before I go further, let me just take a step back and help you understand, what we accomplished, what we have as an ecosystem accomplished in the last couple of decades, right? Maybe this group may not remember today, but 2 decades back, the only way for a person to make a payment, be it a person to person or person to merchant payment, was checks and demand drafts, right? You would, because two banks didn't have the technology to talk to each other. If I could send payment from my bank account, which can be different, to another bank account held by a person or a merchant, right? At that point of time, you used to write checks or take a demand draft and hand over to somebody. Then obviously technology came in. Then NEFT, RTGS were the first few things that, which was nothing but RBI stepping in, building a process of a kind in which a person's bank account, they could send money using net banking, which is on the rails of NEFT or RTGS. NEFT is anything below a certain threshold of money, and RTGS is for high volume or high value, right? If you move further, but that didn't help. That didn't help in person to merchant payments, because once you go to a merchant, right, you want instant confirmation as a merchant to hand over the product or services, right? At that point of time, the global entities like Visa, MasterCards, they came in and they kind of said that we will solve this problem for you. They became like a switch between two banks to enable two banks to talk to each other. So basically, if you're suppose SBI bank account holder, you would get a card issued by a Visa or a MasterCard or somebody, Maestro or whatever, right? That is, using that, it would help you in two ways. One, to make a person-to-person payment, you would go to a ATM using that card, withdraw the cash, hand over the cash. So that was one way to enable using a card, right? But more than that, using that card, you would be able to make a payment to a merchant, right? And that merchant could be online merchant or offline merchant, right? In online, obviously there was a wrapper that was required, payment gateway, right? Which is a complete holistic solution that is needed by the merchant to accept payment. So using that card, you would be able to make payment in online world as well as in offline world. Offline world, they needed a device where you can go and swipe the card. But the device had a cost, right? Only top merchants, only maybe premium merchants in top cities would be able to afford that kind of cost, because there's a cost to maintain the device and everything. So quickly, this is like NEFT flow, NEFT transaction flow, where multiple people can make transaction. It goes into the pool account, RBI pushes it to the settlement account. Similarly, there is RTGS flow. This is like a payment gateway flow, in which consumer makes the payment, uses the payment gateway, PayU, CC Avenue and all those. Then it goes to card network, then it goes to consumer bank account. So there is a complicated process when you make a simple payment, be it in online world or offline world, because you're using various entities or various intermediaries, which includes gateway, which includes multiple banks, which includes Visa, MasterCards of the world. So that's how the flow of the money happens. So maybe to set the context, the next thing that happened in our lives in last 1 decade was cross-border payments was even more complicated, because how do I have a trust on an entity which exists in some other world, right? In some other country. He wouldn't want to dispatch the goods before he gets paid, and I wouldn't want to pay somebody before I get the goods. And that's where PayPal at a global level came in. They kind of created a concept called wallet. They said that I will hold the money in between, but after the product is dispatched and delivered, then I'll release the money. So that concept got picked up by particularly China, and companies like Alipay, WeChat, they kind of used the concept and launched wallets there to enable payments again between person to person and person to merchant. So this is like a flow starting from cash and demand draft and checks to NEFT to wallet to Visa and Master and to wallet, right? All this while, as you understand, the fundamental of payment is, it comes down to a simple thing, right? You make payment too convenient, it becomes less secure. If you make it too secured, it becomes too complicated. So the technology has been kind of solving that issue by making it more and more convenient, but not at the cost of security, right? That's real money we're talking about. So at that point of time, IMPS was a rail, is a rail using which there was a switch. So as you understand, I'm talking about Visa, MasterCards, and everybody kind of becoming a switch, enabling payment between one bank to another, telling the banks that I will be the central entity that to talk to you. So RBI and MPCI kind of created this rail called IMPS, on which UPI got launched, which means that MPCI said that I will be the switch. You don't need a Visa or a MasterCard, I will be the switch to enable two banks to talk to each other. And using which UPI was launched, I think 7 years back. And since then, obviously, you understand today, we have come a long way. So this is IMPS rail kind of getting externalized and enabling that on mobile phones. And on top of which we are talking about companies like PhonePe, which contribute to the highest volume and the value, about 47 to 48% of UPI payments happening. So this is the architecture of that. But at the end of the day, what you understand and what you get is that you have a mobile phone. The good thing is that because your mobile phone device as well as the phone number is bound to your bank account, that itself becomes first factor. So basically, first factor of authentication. Because in our country, we have always enabled two-factor of authentication just to make sure that money is secured. So UPI kind of solved one factor of authentication by the virtue of the fact that it's bound to your mobile phone. So you'll have to lose your mobile phone as well as your password to actually lose the money. So earlier in all the systems that we are talking about, we had a two-factor of authentication done by you manually, and that's the reason why this is simple but still secured, right? This is the picture that you see. This is in 2018, not too far back. This is the penetration, digital penetration. As you see on the right side, we are talking about most of it is green, most of it is penetrated, but you see the strange phenomena. Obviously, the penetration is happening in a big way in last few years because of demonetization as well as the fact that unfortunately, fortunately, COVID happened, and because of which people became even more savvy about contactless payments. If you see the growth, this is the growth chart between July to December itself in last year. This is the kind of growth we are looking at with regards to payments, and I'm talking about the full digital payments ecosystem, both on merchant as well as on the consumer side. The biggest takeaway from this is maximum growth now at this point of time is happening in rural, tier 3 and below cities, both on the merchant as well as on the consumer side, because the adoption is happening there, right? Within that, if you see the bottom curve, the 12% is represented by the offline merchants, which is almost gone to 45% of all digital payments. If I were to kind of quickly take last couple of minutes to explain, 4 years back, we had 97% of commerce happening in offline world and 3% happening in online world. Since then, obviously that's the time when we started obviously plastering UPI QR codes in the country. And since then, 93% of obviously online has still grown faster than offline. 93% of commerce still happens in offline world. And within that, what we have seen here is, when we started in December 2020, or rather 18, it was 0 UPI. Now it contributes to 17% of all offline commerce, which is 93% of total commerce. And what we are saying is, in 2 years, by December 2024, 1 out of every 2 payments in offline world, which is total commerce, right, will be digital. And within that, I'm talking about 1 out of every 3 will be on UPI, right? That is the kind of growth that has happened. Quickly, last slide. This is future. What you see here is 1, 2, 3 pay. The other presentation that was happening on Gupshup, the biggest use case outside of messaging now is not content, is actually payments, right? Everybody has to make payment. We are talking about 350 million users using one of the digital payments, one of the UPI apps, right? Next growth is 1, 2, 3 pay, which is addressing the need of digital payments for feature phone users, right? This is the disruption that can happen. And I'll use this forum to request all the decision makers and influencers to kind of take it up, maybe with the help of the infrastructure that we have in the form of panchayats, right, to kind of educate, maybe, and because handhold those people who have still not got used to digital payments, because this may require a little bit of handholding, because the population that is left now is either doesn't have the infra in terms of smartphone or doesn't have the education to understand how it happens, right? This is the next wave of disruption that can happen in terms of digital payments. FASTag, we all understand, all our use cases, obviously tolls, starting from toll, now going to parking. Credit card and UPI, the other big thing, right? Credit is obviously something that is quite important for a large population. Now, earlier, as I said, credit was mostly restricted to Visa or MasterCard. Now we are talking about enabling credit on UPI rails. So now the next level of disruption would be that even for credit card transactions, you may not have to carry physical card. Merchant may not have to invest in physical devices. It could very well be on a QR on the merchant side, or on the consumer side, it could very well be that when you scan a QR, you'll get 2 instruments, one debit, another credit, right? You'll be able to just choose the credit instrument and make the payment. UPI Lite is obviously, because the peak nature of number of payments that happens between 6 to 9 p.m. At times you may have encountered servers going down from a particular bank, because it's the digital payments are exploding, particularly in certain time period. UPI Lite is a initiative to kind of lowering that load, because for a smaller payment, you will not have to ping bank every time to make the payment. So this is in that direction. NFC, again, one is that you put in the PIN or you scan the QR. The next level of disruption could be using a phone or a card, depending on whatever you want to use. You can just tap the phone or tap the card to make the payment. Next is international UPI, which is obviously the next step in this direction, to take UPI internationally, not just make domestic payments, but international payments. So this is how the ecosystem is evolving, and this is where we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek. Now I would like to welcome Shri Dharmendra Jham from Paytm to please give a brief session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dharmender Jham from Paytm. So the context has been said by Vivek in a great detail. That country has adopted digital payments. Now my presentation would be primarily how or which use cases can be leveraged by Gram Panchayats for making it more efficient. So Panchayat ecosystem, there are 2.55 lakh villages or Gram Panchayats which are operational, and there are like 32 lakh representatives which are working. Now, such a large ecosystem that we have, and at this ecosystem, how the digital payments, particularly UPI, IMPS, wallets can be leveraged. So these are the three types of payments usually which happen at Gram Panchayat. G2B, government to business, all the vendor related payments which are done are done digitally. Vendors are onboarded, those payments are made, and local banks are onboarded, maybe Grameen Bank or nearby banks, then they disburse payments to the vendors. But are these payments, question is, are these payments in real time? We measure speed of payments in seconds. Are these happening in that fast pace? We need to evaluate whether the advancement of UPI and wallets and IMPS has reached to this particular use case. And if not, then what can be done? Then government to citizen payments, DBT, it has advanced. Now one additional point that I think which Vivek did not include is e-rupee. If you have heard of e-rupee, this is a new ecosystem where all the benefits, earlier DBT was that money is getting into the right beneficiary's account. E-rupee, which is launched by NPCI and pilots are being made, whether the amount is being utilized at the intended purpose or not. It is on the expenditure side. I give an example. Suppose a beneficiary has received funds for say TB patient received 5,000 per month. So whether those funds are being utilized at the medicines because it was intended for medicine, or is it being utilized at some other purposes, that can be controlled. So even e-rupee, which is a new concept where government can issue vouchers or a kind of QR code to beneficiary. Now those QR code merchant beneficiary can go to the medicine shop. Those will be shown at the medicine shop, and that shop owner can scan that and give free medicines. These cannot be used at the grocery shop, wine shop, or any other unintended purpose. That is a next level advancement which has been made through UPI. And I think that may be experimented at the Gram Panchayat level also, if any funds are being disbursed to beneficiary as kind of benefit scheme. Citizen to government. Now, Gram Panchayats receive payments from citizen for small services. Let it be date of birth certificate or any particular services. Small petty payments, 10 rupee, 20 rupee, whatever. So, can all those payments be digitized? And can those payments be centrally monitored, that every Gram Panchayat, how many transactions happened and how many payments were made and what is a per Gram Panchayat payment? It's possible. It's possible through UPI. It's possible through the QR code and the sound-based systems which are unique. I'll explain it in my next slide. So Ministry has already integrated eGramSwaraj with PFMS. This is the present status. Can these IoT-based solutions, like for receiving funds from citizen to Gram Panchayat, all those can be digitized at the 2.5 lakh Gram Panchayats. I'd like to tell you the scale of payments which are happening and scale of merchants. So particularly if you talk about Paytm, Paytm has like approximately 2.8 crore merchants which are transacting or registered and transacting with us, 2.8 crore. Can we digitize the remaining or all Gram Panchayats? it's a matter of few weeks, it can be digitized. So that kind of advancements which are there, even PhonePe or any other aggregator can actually onboard these Gram Panchayat and quickly make them digitized, so that they are enabled. I'm not saying it's a mandatory, but they have an option for receiving digital payments. So at least digitization can happen at really fast pace. It's that easy, or I would say easy to onboard. Now, particularly, I'll tell you, there are government schemes. Even RBI has launched a scheme to onboard merchants or any institution in tier 3 and below cities, and they actually incentivize us, the banks and the aggregator, for onboarding such institutions. So we are encouraged monetarily, that we are paid incentive for onboarding such institutions. So I think we are really aligned, maybe PhonePe and us and all the aggregators, we are incentivized to onboard village level institutions or merchants or individuals on digital payments. So this is one thing which can be done. So one thing which is observed, this is observation, may not be kind of correct, but the real time, the vendor payment should be happening real time. There should not be a delay of 15 days or 2 days even for making payments. Is it possible? Answer is yes. Is it being done? All merchant settlements through UPI are happening on real time for crores or crores of merchants. They don't wait for days to receive payment. It happens instantly. It is measured in seconds, less than 1 second or more than 1 second. So that kind of, and visibility, whether those funds at the central level, at the ministry level, it can be seen that how much payments have been made to vendors. What was the date? If there is one organization which has deployed infrastructure at all these 2.5 lakh Gram Panchayat, this can be monitored at the central dashboard. This much fund has been disbursed. The day-wise logs, dashboards can be prepared to see the fund transfer, government to vendors and citizens to government, Panchayat level. This is, I'm saying this is doable. This is not something hypothetical. And this is something that you might have seen at the street vendors. So what Paytm and all other players, what they are doing is that under Pradhan Mantri scheme for street vendor, it is called as Pradhan Mantri Swanidhi scheme. We are mandated that small vendors to be onboarded on QR code or these sound-based notification devices. These are so easy that in 11 languages, PhonePe has such devices, and many other organizations have launched these devices. These speak the receipt of notification, receipt of funds in 11 languages, 16 languages, so that local Gram Panchayat can understand, yes, money has been received in their account. So there are solutions. I'm telling you that there are solutions available to digitize payments at the Gram Panchayat level, which are real time with a uptime or the error rate of less than 0.1%. UPI failure rate, the technical failure rate is less than 0.1%. Availability of 99.9%. So this is something that for all the receipt of payments, issue of date of birth, trade license, NOC, everything, this is a really cost effective, a device which is available almost like free of cost, available and which can be deployed within weeks at all the Gram Panchayat, and fund flow can be monitored from the central dashboard. So I think this is particularly the last slide in terms of that one thing at the Gram Panchayat level which can be done is awareness, because many of these users may be first time users of digital payments at Gram Panchayat level, and we have seen that people are getting defrauded very frequently who are newly onboarded. So a kind of awareness on day-to-day use cases, because irrespective Gram Panchayats are digitized or not, they can act as an enabler or a kind of educator for villages to spread awareness about safe digital payments. what are the tips, tricks which are used by fraudsters, how one can be safe if they are using digital payments. They should not be sharing OTP, they should not be clicking any random links, they should not be believing in any random calls. The customer helpline numbers should be only from the bank or the institution side. They should not believe on whatever comes on search. So these are the minor things which can be done at the Gram Panchayat level to enable and to make digital payment users aware about safe and secure usage of digital payments. So this is it from my side. These are all awareness related areas which can be spread at the Gram Panchayat level. Thank you. Thank you. So in terms of financial implication for the devices and QR codes, QR code usually every aggregator deploys it at the free of cost, and the transactions per transaction on UPI there is 0 transaction fee which is charged to merchant. It is under government scheme or Ministry of Finance orders, we cannot charge MDR on UPI. So there is, for transaction fee it's nil as of today for QR code. And Soundbox, because it's a physical devices, it has a rental fee or whatever is the deployment and capex fee. But for QR code, for enabling, it's almost like free of cost. I told you that RBI incentivizes us to deploy it at the village level. So it is a kind of encouragement that we are already getting. So that can be leveraged for digitizing Gram Panchayats. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dharmendra. Now I would request Srimati Mamta Verma, Joint Secretary Panchayati Raj, to please sum up this session. Ma'am.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank both the panelists. So very difficult to sum up. They have already summed up. They have. I'm grateful to them for, I think, helping us wrap our heads around what we have seen in the last, say, 10 to 15 years, a generational shift in making payments. There is, and they have helped us see, I think, what we perhaps knew, but now we know it in figures and understand much better how pervasive online payments are, the growth of online payments, and also the rails which they showed, I think, helped us understand better the various modes of payment. So I'm grateful to you for that. And you spoke about capacity building, and I also agree. Yes, it is important for us to help people understand the various areas where they can be cheated and how to use it better. Because it is, as you say, UPI, there is no fees. There are built in, I think those things most of us know. But they have helped us understand where we are going to go in the future. We talked about UPI Lite. That will help, I think, in a smaller amount which will be kept. So the possibility of you being cheated on larger bank accounts is minimized. So all of those things, I think we as interface between the people in our departments and them today, I think we understand and we can carry the message forward. So I thank both of them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request JSPR to please present the vote of thanks to both the speakers.
A token of thanks.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Also to Shri Dharmendra Jham. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I needed a word. So we just have the final session left now, in which there are 4 presentations by the states, in which these states would be sharing their best practices. three of us have to be there for a meeting in Krishi Bhavan at 5 o'clock. So I will request the speakers to be really brief because we get any number of opportunities to share our work with each other. So if you could prioritize the things that you wanted to say before this forum, I'd be very happy if you can, just about take about 10 minutes each and bring it to a close. That's a special request. Go on.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to my apologies. I would like to call the state of Karnataka, Telangana, West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh to please come up on the dais. So we'll go forward with the state of Karnataka first.
Good evening all. So as Jay sir has asked us to be a little brief, I would just like to touch upon the novel initiatives that have been done in Panchatantra 2.0. Panchatantra 1.0 is a visionary project and it has almost been a decade long. And in PT 2.0 we have real-time data updation, and also we have role-specific functionalities inbuilt in the system. And 4 novel initiatives which have been taken up in Panchatantra 2.0, which I would like to touch upon. So one is the end-to-end digitization of the Gram Panchayat meetings. So all the Gram Panchayat meetings, be it the general body meeting, the Gram Sabha, Ward Sabha, Habitation Sabha, right from the generation of the meeting notice until the minutes of the meeting DSC signature, it is an end-to-end digitized process which is being live and functional in all our 6,000 Gram Panchayats. So this is one of the initiatives which I would like to share with this esteemed gathering. So the second initiative which I would like to share is that of the perspective planning. So this is, we have so many steps involved in this. So we have a mobile application through which we'll also be able to do the focus group discussions to ensure that there is participative planning, and also the PRA is done through the mobile application. And a vision plan of the Gram Panchayat is being created called the perspective plan, followed by which we'll be creating a integrated annual action plan. And we are also taking the feedback from the citizen based on the perspective plan, and the citizens' feedback is also being analyzed in our system. So this is also one of the initiatives which is being rolled out in all our Gram Panchayats. So the next one which I would like to touch upon is the automated tax calculation. So the capital-based value system that we have in Karnataka, in order to have a scientific way of calculation and also collection, we have enforced this system in all our Gram Panchayats. So basically what the PDO has to do is to enter the attributes of all the properties, basically the property profiling as to what is the property type, property subcategory, whether it's commercial, residential, what is the floor type. If all the attributes are entered, the system will calculate the tax. So by this we ensure that there is proper tax calculation, demand generation and collection, and we are rolling out POS machines also, and tax collection also happens through the mobile application of Panchatantra. So the way forward that we look at is integrating our system to the messaging services, and also what we discussed today, the AIs and chatbots, video bots. So this is the way forward that we envision for Panchatantra. I thank once again MOPR for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request the state of Telangana to present their e-Panchayat OSR application. So. They'll start it.
So good evening everyone. So this is a brief presentation from Telangana. So the topic given to us is own sources of revenue of Gram Panchayat, and how we are using IT to collect the own sources. Next. So these are the own sources of revenue in Telangana, starting from house tax, which is a major source of revenue, trade licenses, building permissions, layout permissions, building mutation fee from market, shopping complex, and even these days we are getting income from sale of compost prepared by the Gram Panchayats. Next. So basically the property tax is, it is called house tax in Telangana, so it is basically statutory and it is the main source of the income of Gram Panchayats. Next. So in Telangana the power to levy house tax is given to Gram Panchayat. So section 64 authorizes the Gram Panchayats to levy the house tax, and it is a mandatory tax to be levied on all houses by all Gram Panchayats in the state. Next. So the 65 gives the principle of imposition of tax. So it is based on the capital value, which consists of two values, land value and building value, and the tax is levied once in every year. Next. So the tax is basically calculated subject to a minimum and a maximum limit. So the minimum limit is 0.125% of the capital value, the maximum is 1%. So basically it works out to 12.5 paise for 1 rupee of capital value and 1 rupee for each 100 rupees of capital value. Between these limits, the Gram Panchayat will be passing a resolution on the rate of tax to be levied on the houses in the Gram Panchayat area. Next. So we have an online system to collect the tax. Both assessment is done, levy is done, and collection is also done through online system of tax. So for this purpose, to minimize the leakage, the land value is brought from the registration department through online through web service. So whatever is the rate as on today of the land, so it will be automatically taken by the Gram Panchayat to calculate the land value, and the building value, it is based on the registration. I mean, it is based on engineering department. It will be fixing based on the materials used in the building. So it is as a data, it is fixed in the back end. So once you enter the plinth, area of the building and the area of the land, the tax is automatically calculated by the system, minimizing the interference of humans in the calculating of house tax system. Next. So this is basically how this assessment is done. So one is citizen himself can register and apply to the Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Secretary. So the Panchayat Secretary basically will be assessing based on the application and measurements, attributes of the building. He will be entering the data. Basically only two values he will be entering, the plinth value and plot value he will be entering, based on which tax is automatically calculated, and demand notice is automatically sent to the owner. Any objections, if any, it will be called from the owner, and final demand notices is generated by the system, and it will send through SMS to the citizen. Next. So collection is also done through online system. Next. These are the modes in which the collection is done. So physical mode through cash, demand draft, check and Me Seva Center, and online mode. So the citizen can pay the tax through Me Seva gateway, and finally all the amounts collected will be adjusted to the Gram Panchayat accounts. Next. And these are basically the values. I mean, the 63 lakh houses we are having in Telangana. So far we have collected about 62.97. We have 2 months still to go. Next. Because of online system of collection, this is how the tax collection has improved in Telangana. So after the formation of the new state, it was about 62.97%, but now it has gone up to 98.95%. Next. And we have trade license for all trades other than traditional occupational trades. So every trader is bound to pay license to the Gram Panchayat, and it is also fixed through online system. Next. So basically this is under, go back. This is, go back please. So this is the process of imposing trade license through online system. The applicant will register and apply for trade license, and after scrutiny the Panchayat Secretary will be either approving or rejecting based on the facts provided by the trader. So, and payment also can be made through online system, just like the payment modes of payments through earlier. Next. So again the building permission fee is also collected through online system. So citizen will be applying for building permission through online. Next. Basically there are 3 levels of permissions. At the lowest level we have 300 square meters. It is at the GP level. GP itself is empowered to accord permission in online. So if the area of the plot increases above 300 and below 450, so DTCPO will be giving the technical permission. If it is much bigger plat, above 450 square meter, it will go to direct town and country planning, and all this process happens through online system, and citizen will be aware of the stage of the application at every stage. Next. And similarly, similar to buildings, we have this layout approvals through online system. Next. So similarly, we have 3 slabs here. So up to 2.5 acres, 2.5 to 5 acres, and above 5 acres. So depending on the value of, depending on the area of the layout, several authorities, technical authorities are involved in giving permission. And here also everything happens through online system, and the builder or developer is aware of the status of the application at every stage. Next. And also mutation fee. Once the property is sold to somebody, so the mutation has to happen in the property register of the Gram Panchayat, and this also earns some income to the Gram Panchayat. Minimum 800 rupees for mutation, or 0.01% of the registration value, whichever is higher. Next. The similar process, citizen will be applying for mutation with valid documents. Once the documents are verified, permission is recorded through online system. Next. And markets are another source of income, wherever traditional markets, weekly markets, annual markets, shandies are there. So they will be auctioned out through open auction. Through these auctions, Gram Panchayats are getting some good income wherever these markets are available. Next. Shopping complex, similar to market, shopping complex is also another source of income. Next. Next. These are Mandal Parishad, Jilla Parishad, not much of sources except grants from the government. Next. Next. Yeah. Next. Next. Thank you, sir. But if time permits, we would like to show the demo, sir. Yeah. So, my colleague Nageshwar and CMS is our service provider. So, I think they will come and show the demo.
Yeah. Is it okay if we do the next presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, otherwise we'll miss the remaining ones. I'll just request the Telangana state that there are services that you indicated on the citizen charter. So we are starting a drive to turn your offline services into online services using Service Plus. Yes. I've written to the state in this regard. Please respond so that we can do a few of those services on pilot basis.
Noted, sir. Noted, sir.
So, are we going ahead? So, Telangana, if you will excuse us, we'll do the next one. नहीं तो हम लोग फिर चले जाएंगे ना? Okay, done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we move on to our next state of West Bengal, sir.
Good afternoon all. Next. Smart Panchayat initiative with a vision to digitize the entire Panchayat system of West Bengal. The aim of this digital initiative was to vibrant Panchayat, to provide better service, transparency and accountability, system reforms through process re-engineering. Next. Accounting initiative. Every Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti and Jilla Panchayat in West Bengal, their manual system of cash book, there is no manual system, only online cash book system. Cash book is there. Gram Panchayat for GPMS and online Sorol IFMS for Jilla Panchayat and Panchayat Samiti level. Planning initiative, Banglar Para Boitok, the unique initiative. Actually, this is the platform where the grassroots level participatory plan is prepared, And the real-time data, primary data is being captured through this Bangla Parabaitok. There is a mobile app, and the Parabaitok means Mahalla Baitok actually. This meeting is held after below the Gram Panchayat, Gram Sanshad level, and that data is being captured through a mobile app, and after on the basis of that data, the GPDB plan is being prepared in West Bengal. And single window reporting portal, every plan which is being to be implemented in different scheme, there is a scope of advanced planning. That plan is being done through the single window reporting portal. OSI management, under ease of doing business, real-time trade license without visiting the Gram Panchayat office is being issued. Panchayat tourism portal, that is the all the guest houses under different Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti, Jila Panchayat is being in one umbrella, that is Panchayat tourism portal, for better to give access to the tourist and to proper utilization and own source revenue of the Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti and Jila Parishad. West Bengal PRI asset management system, all the assets that are being owned and managed by the Panchayat bodies, PRI bodies, is being maintained by this portal. All the lazy agreement details, demand generation, collection, online collection, and there is an interface of the lessee and the rent who have given the rent, so that they can access their through this login and payment made this through this portal. Office management, single window, I have already told. Meeting management system, scheduling of any meeting at any level is being done through this portal, and after meeting, photo of that meeting or the minutes of the meeting is being uploaded, and there is a system there how many meeting it should be done. Based on that MIS report is generated, and the percentage of meeting done is calculated, and it is reviewed by the different level of this the district, state, everywhere. Tour and inspection management system. There is a portal for scheduling the tour of that may be Jila Parishad, may be Panchayat Samiti or Gram Panchayat level. The tour is being scheduled by inspection, schedule is being done through this portal. Public grievance redressal system, particularly for this Panchayat related scheme. Citizen of rural Bengal can lodge any complaint 24/7, and the satisfactory feedback is very important for closure of any complaint. System reforms through process re-engineering. Online PRI service. Already 5 services has been made completely online, from Gram Panchayat to up to Minister of State for approval. Compassionate employment, district transfer, inter-district transfer, service overage combination, service benefit for contractual employees, auto award generation for the once the approval is approved. Court case monitoring system, single platform to maintain and track all the court cases related to PNRD department. All the court cases is up to the final disposal, we can track each and every court cases. HRMS, online salary management system for PRI employees. All the PRI employees, their salary disbursement is made through this portal, fully online. Their e-services has been made, e-services has been made to each and every employee. They have been provided login, they can access all their data through this portal and login. Next. Panchayat tourism, this is a unique where all the out of total guest houses owned and maintained by the different layer, Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti and Jila Parishad, that has been bring under one umbrella, that is under the portal for tourism purpose. It is being highly appreciated by all the levels that it is being properly utilized, and the Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti and Jila Parishad are getting a much OSR for their properties. Upcoming IT, GP Smart Health Clinic, it is under development stages. online building plan with auto scrutiny facility with customized building rules. West Bengal Panchayat centralized recruitment system and West Bengal Panchayat management system for all basic profile of all the GP members, PRA members, tender management, meeting management, audit inspection management, achievement initiative by PRI, register management, GP health meeting, RTI module, everything is under this portal. Advanced planning for utilization of our 15th Finance Commission. Apart from the eGramSwaraj, we have done this exercise for fast and speedy utilization of this fund. We can track the tender floating, work order issue, work progress, each and everything. This is the BI tool application which has been used for daily monitoring of the 15th Finance Commission expenditure. Activity, next. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite the state representative of Uttar Pradesh to make a presentation, please.
We have to use it. No, it is already there. अच्छा, ठीक है तब. Respected Additional Secretary Sir, Joint Secretary Ma'am, Joint Secretary Sir, and all respected delegates of states. UP typically has 75 districts, 18 division, 826 blocks, 58,189 gram panchayats. Level of governance, we were facing the problem of transfer of level of governance. At center, we have a representation of central government through central secretariat, state government through state secretariat, up to block level block panchayat office. But in UP, we were facing the problem of actual transfer of level of governance at GP level, because UP had less than 50% of gram panchayat having panchayat sachivalaya. On the start of GKRA scheme, June 2020, we started making panchayat sachivalaya, and that count was actually 24,617. And till today we have completed that. Now UP has system of panchayat sachivalaya in Uttar Pradesh of 58,189 all panchayats. With net connectivity, चलेगा इससे, हाँ ठीक है, with net connectivity. And another point was the permanent official for the panchayat, each panchayat. This was the challenge in the UP. Government issued the order and one panchayat sahayak was given to each panchayat. Now in UP, 58,000 gram panchayats have their panchayat sahayak working at panchayat sachivalaya with net connection with computer system. There is also system in UP that no one can make payment, no GP can make payment outside the GP. They have to make payment at the GP level. We have taken the help of Panchayat Gateway software system. Necessarily, before going to the eGramSwaraj, everyone has to pass through the Panchayat Gateway. That's why state can collect the data that no one go outside the Panchayat Sachivalaya. At Panchayat level, system of CSC, VLE, village level entrepreneur, has key role to provide all social services to the villagers. Service like birth certificate, death certificate, income certificate are getting executed through CSC. There are 216 specific services listed at key role for the VLEs. for another one decision was taken by the government for giving panchayats the consulting engineer. Now 1875 consulting engineers are impaneled on the district level, each district having 25, for ensuring the quality work, time efficient construction system at GP level. Role of consulting engineers: prepare, estimate, DPR, executing projects related MB, monitor the quality and timeline of the project. Because we had posted 58,000 Panchayat Sahayaks, and with Panchayat Sahayak there is a CSC, another CSC sanitary complex, where UP posted one Karmi for the sanitation purpose. Now we are taking the attendance through central online system by using the geofencing. The Panchayat Sachivalaya is geofenced. On the morning, when Panchayat Sahayak enters at the Panchayat Sachivalaya, the hits come to the central server at the directorate level, and we get the attendance of Panchayat Sahayak that he is there or she is there daily. This is the system of Panchayat Sachivalaya attendance system. Gateway we have discussed already. E-learning platform. PRIT has developed online learning platform for the training, meeting, ER and functionaries. Our learning platform of PRIT provides functionalities to upload, share training material on public platform and also conduct online training. Total 4 training modules are uploaded. Live streaming of module is scheduled in the first week of February. Matribhumi Yojana. This is the new Yojana launched by the UP state government, that the people belonging to UP origin, either in country or outside the country, can contribute for the development of UP. This scheme, an individual or group of individual or any organization wants to contribute for the development of rural areas in UP can donate. Minimum 60% of their chosen project and 40% will be given by the state government. Another one is scheme or social security was given by the state government, known as Panchayat Kosh. By the means of Panchayat Kosh, state government has given by the State Finance Commission 50 crore rupees at the central pool for helping in the case of natural or unnatural death of elected representative, from Panchayat members to chairman of Jila Parishad. Panchayat member gets, in case of that, 2 lakhs, and Panchayat chairman at district level, district Panchayat, gets 10 lakhs. Thanks. अभी सेकेंड पार्ट सर और 2 मिनट और लगेगा. वैसे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी सर ने सब कुछ कह दिया है, बस इसमें वीडियो है. अच्छा ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सर.
अच्छा, इसके बाद अगर कोई भी अगर लगता है कि किसी ने अपनी बात नहीं कही है, तो हमारे पास 4-5 मिनट है, तो 1-2 मिनट अगर कोई if they still think that something needs to be shared or discussed, 1-2 मिनट कोई भी आके बात कर सकते हैं, 2-3 लोग, फिर हम क्लोज कर देंगे. अगर कोई लगता है कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज बात नहीं कही गई है पूरे सेशन में, वो छूटी जा रही है, तो anybody can come up and very briefly 1 or 2 minutes.
तो सर जो हम लोगों ने यहाँ सीखा पोर्ट चेट सर, तो वो सर अगर PFMS और NIC में सर डेवलप हो जाए तो दैट वुड बी अ रियली गुड हेल्प फॉर स्टेट्स.
एक चीज का ये हम लोग ध्यान रखेंगे कि आज जो डिस्कस हुई है उसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि जब भारत सरकार इनिशिएटिव लेगा तभी आप लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे. अब आप लोगों ने सुन लिया, वो इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर है, स्टेट पार्टनर, सभी लोग हैं, तब आपको जो स्टेट को अपनी तरफ से इनिशिएटिव लेना, आप लेना शुरू करें. है ना, हमारी तरफ से भी हम जब इनिशिएटिव लेना हम भी करेंगे, तो हम लोग तो लेंगे ही, लेकिन हम अभी आपको लगता है कि कुछ हमें आगे करना है तो आप आगे बढ़ते जाइए और हमारे साथ भी शेयर कीजिए। तो अब सारे ये प्लेटफॉर्म इसलिए क्या है कि द स्टेट शेयर अमॉन्ग ईच अदर एंड दे लीड ईच अदर, एंड मिनिस्ट्री भी आपसे सीखेगी और मिनिस्ट्री भी आपको आगे बढ़ाएगी। तो डोंट वेट फॉर अस टू टेक इनिशिएटिव, यू कंटिन्यू विद योर इनिशिएटिव। अच्छा, और कुछ नहीं लगेगा, लोग कुछ नहीं, अगर 2-3 मिनट तो किसी को
So if there is like sir said, if there is a burning question, if there is an issue you feel that has escaped our radar completely, then this is a good time to talk about it, because this is a talking forum in the sense that, जी लीजिए
सर, आपने सारी बातें कह दी थी सुबह, पर एक बात छूटी हुई थी। हमें ईजीएस पर ऑनलाइन एस्टिमेट एमबी की बहुत आवश्यकता है सर। जैसे मनरेगा में सिक्योर है, सिक्योर के थ्रू हम चल रहे हैं। हम जब काम कर रहे हैं, हमने 2000 इंजीनियर लगा दिए हैं, फिर भी हमारा वॉल्यूम इतना है ज़्यादा वर्क्स का कि अगर ऑनलाइन सिस्टम हो सिक्योर के तरीके से मनरेगा में और ऑनलाइन ही एमबी करने का हो तो हाँ, असेट बेस्ड अकाउंटिंग हो जाए तो हमारा काम काफ़ी हद तक सही है।
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए। मैं तो ऑनलाइन सारा चीज होगा, ये हाथ पढ़ना सब बंद होना चाहिए।
हाँ,
आपकी जीपीडी प्लानिंग भी अपने आप जनरेट हो, ऑडिट फ्लोली 1-2 साल के अंदर सारा कंप्यूटर पे ही।
जी सर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है सर, अगर सिक्योर को ले लें, अगर इंटीग्रेट कर दें।
This initiative in the year 2020, but we have asked some inputs from the UP state itself. So we did not get the inputs. जो भी आपसे inputs मांगा है ना, वो inputs नहीं आए, तो उन्होंने बोला कि अभी नहीं चाहिए, hold में रख दीजिए. So since now again you are asking for,
no, this is something very easily done. SecureSoft was developed by the NIC team in Kerala. I remember this thing had come from UP at that time, जब EGS पहले वाला launch हुआ था। तो उसमें हमें कुछ चाहिए होगी कि आपके वो स्टेजेस क्या हैं, आपकी प्रोसेस क्या है, उसको कॉन्फ़िगर करने के लिए।
वो सर
जी
कैबिनेट ने ऑलरेडी हमारे यहाँ डिसाइड कर दिया दिसंबर 21 को। अब हम इस पोजीशन में हैं, उस समय नहीं थे पोजीशन में, अब इस पोजीशन में है विथ इंजीनियर्स कि हम कर सकते हैं इसको। अगर इंटीग्रेट हो जाता है तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा सर। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you. I think that if there's somebody else who would like to say something, then you may. Okay, लीजिए।
इसके बाद भी आप लोग ईमेल वगैरह व्हाट्सएप पे भी आप कंटिन्यूअस आप इंटरेक्शन।
Sir, this is Panali Soma from Assam. Sir, like MGNREGA report section, if there will be a module in eGramSwaraj, so that every reports can be generated. So many reports can be generated right now, but some are to be developed, right?
Sure. So we are coming Guwahati. You said Assam.
Yes, sir.
We are coming to Guwahati when?
Sir, on 10th of February.
10 February ko we are going to be there.
Okay.
In your state, there would be a group of states who are. The whole purpose of that meeting is so that you can tell us your suggestions for improving eGramSwaraj. So you can be explicit about this, but in any case, this is on our agenda. जो मैंने सवेरे भी बोला था ना कि सभी स्टेट्स की अलग अलग रिक्वायरमेंट्स होती हैं, तो आपकी जो रिपोर्टिंग रिक्वायरमेंट है वी कैन इंक्लूड इट इन द रिपोर्ट सेक्शन, प्रोवाइडेड ऑल द डेटा रिक्वायरमेंट्स आर बीइंग मेट फ्रॉम द एग्जिस्टिंग eGramSwaraj portal.
Thank you, sir.
So we can thank everyone.
Sir, I would like to invite Shri Arun Kumar Mishra, Deputy Secretary, to give a vote of thanks and conclude this event.
वो छूटा हुआ है, उस पे लगे हुए हम लोग, लेकिन अभी सफलता नहीं मिली।
आदरणीय एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी जी डॉक्टर चंद्रशेखर कुमार जी, रेस्पेक्टेड स्पीकर्स, इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स एंड मोस्ट इनवाइटेड गेस्ट जो हमारे स्टेट से आए हुए हैं, उन सभी के लिए हम एक आभार प्रकट करते हैं। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हो रही कि मुझे ये आभार प्रकट करने के लिए विशेषाधिकार दिया गया है। आप सभी लोगों का मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं और इसके साथ ही मैं अपने अतिरिक्त सचिव एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री चंद्रशेखर कुमार जी का विशेष रूप से आभार प्रकट करता हूं, जिन्होंने ये आइडिया कंसीव किया था कि एक मंथन जैसा कार्यक्रम हो और उसको ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए हमारी टीम को इंस्पायर किया था। इसके अतिरिक्त हमारे जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी श्री आलोक प्रेम नागर जी, मिसेस ममता वर्मा जी एंड डॉक्टर BK बेड़ा जी, उनका भी हम लोगों को अनकंडीशनल सपोर्ट मिला है इस इवेंट को करने के लिए। और इसी के साथ ही जो डायस पे सारे स्पीकर्स आए हैं, इंडस्ट्री के पार्टनर्स आए हैं, उन्होंने अपना बहुमूल्य समय निकाला है बिजी शेड्यूल से, उनका प्रति भी मैं अपना आभार प्रकट करता हूं। इसके अलावा हमारी जो टीम के मेंबर्स हैं जिन्होंने रात दिन काम करके इस आयोजन को सफलतापूर्वक आज इस अंजाम में पहुंचाया है, उनका भी आभार प्रकट करता हूं। हमारी गवर्नेंस की टीम, हमारी स्वामित्व डिवीजन की टीम, हमारे दोनों अंडर सेक्रेटरी पुनीत शर्मा जी और श्री अविनाश चंद्र जी, उनके अथक प्रयास से ये आज जो आयोजन सफल हुआ उसके लिए मैं उनका आभार प्रकट करता हूं। इसी के अलावा कुछ ऐसे लोग भी हैं जो बिहाइंड कर्टेन उन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा काम किया इस आयोजन को सफल करने के लिए, जैसे हमारी टेक्निकल टीम है, हमारे IHC का जो स्टाफ मेंबर्स हैं और हमारे जो इवेंट मैनेजर हैं, जिनकी वजह से आज ये आयोजन इतना अच्छी तरीके से हो सका है, उनके प्रति मैं अपना आभार प्रकट करता हूं। और इसके अलावा जो स्टेट से आई हुई ऑडियंस है, ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनका भी मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं। इस मंथन प्रोग्राम के बाद इस तरह के विचारों का जो मंथन हुआ उससे जरूर कोई ना कोई ऐसा साधन विकल्प निकलना चाहिए जो हमारे गाँव की उन्नति के लिए साधक हो, लाभदायक हो। मैं एक कवि हैं श्री दुष्यंत कुमार जी, 20वीं सदी के बड़े क्रांतिकारी कवि हैं, मैं उनकी चंद पंक्तियां बोलना चाहता हूं कि पीर हो चुकी है पिघलनी चाहिए, पीर पर्वत सी हो चली है पिघलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए, हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, मेरी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए, मेरे सीने में नहीं तेरे सीने में सही हो कहीं भी आग, लेकिन ये आग जलनी चाहिए। इसी के साथ आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
So there's a feedback form available. Please आप लोग अपने फोन से QR कोड स्कैन कर सकते हैं, which will be made available here screen पर, and please give your feedback on for this event. Thank you everyone for joining us. There's a tea served on the right hand side.